Hello everyone, and welcome to the STC Ultimate Goal Championship. It's Saturday, September 19th right here. This is just 1 week after the FTC Ultimate Goal game was revealed at kickoff, and we're already having a virtual event. This is going to be our first major look into the gameplay that this season for FTC will entail, and we're doing it virtually. We're doing it social distancing safe from our homes in the xRC simulator. If you're not familiar with the xRC simulator, it is an incredible game that's developed by Gluten Free, the FTC team, and we're going to be streaming right here on Fun. 2-division event, should be incredibly exciting. My name is Nick, and I'm here today with Brennan from 4476, and I am from 5112. We are both FRC alumni and mentors, and we're going to be introducing you to the event here today before it begins shortly.
Yeah, welcome everybody. I'm excited to see what gameplay there is in store. I've seen people have been practicing, been doing some solo player runs, and trying to see what strategies are going to be viable, but it's going to be really interesting. This is also our first time running a multi-division event. This is going to be exciting to see kind of 2 separate competitions running at the same time, and who will be victorious on both sides of the fields, and then who will be the ultimate winner is going to be exciting for sure.
Yes, also thank you to GK Boss for subscribing to First Updates Now as well. I just wanted to say that out really quick. But so the way that we're going to be running this, we have 2 divisions. We have a Franklin division and we have an Edison division. They're both going to be running matches at the same time. We've got players that are going to be assigned to each division. We're going to have alliance selections in each division, and then the playoffs in each division. There will be 1 winning alliance per division, obviously, and then those 2 alliances from the Edison and Franklin divisions will go to the Einstein finals, where we will have the one ultimate goal champion that will prevail. This
definitely.
right here on First Updates Now is going to be the spotlight stream. So we're going to be hopping back and forth between all of the action to make sure that you don't miss anything. You can also go to the Orange Alliance 1 and the Orange Alliance 2 on Twitch if you would like to see those dedicated streams for those divisions. And without further ado, we're going to cut over to the game animation for this year's FTC game, so you can see what Ultimate Goal has in store for you.
A team consists of up to 2 driver operators, a coach, a human player, and a robot. The robot must be built from materials specified in the game manual and fit within an 18-inch sizing tool, but may expand after the match begins. Each match is played with 4 randomly selected teams, 2 per alliance. Each alliance is allowed only 1 human player. Your opponents for one match may be your partners for another. The game is played on a 12-foot square playing field with a foam tile floor and 1-foot-high walls. 5 unique navigation images are located around the field perimeter. At one end are 2 tower goals, each containing 3 alliance-specific goals with return racks. Between the 2 tower goals are 3 red and 3 blue power shot targets. There are 2 red and 2 blue taped start lines, and 3 red and 3 blue target zone goals. And a white launch line divides the field. Outside of the field walls are the 2 alliance stations and 2 human player stations. The primary game element is a ring, approximately 5 inches in diameter and 3/4 of an inch thick. A match is played with 20 rings. There are 2 red and 2 blue wobble goals, These can have rings scored onto them and can be moved for additional scoring. Before each match, teams place their robots on the field, touching the front wall and over one of their alliance's starting lines. Each robot must be touching or be in possession of a wobble goal. A robot may possess or touch up to 3 rings. After the robots are in position, field personnel will randomize the starter stacks into one of 3 configurations. This determines which target zone goal is active in the autonomous period. 0, 1, or 4 rings correspond to target zone goals A, B, or C, respectively. Unused rings are stored in the human player stations to be deployed to the field at the start of the driver-controlled period. The players and field are ready. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. During this period, there are a number of ways for teams to score using only pre-programmed instructions and sensor inputs. Delivering a wobble goal to the correct target zone earns the Alliance 15 points. A robot parked over the launch line earns 5 points. Each ring launched or placed into the low goal earns 3 points. A ring launched into the mid goal earns 6 points, and launching into the high goal earns 12 points. Robots earn 15 points for each power shot target knocked down. Robots must be completely within the launch zone to launch rings into the mid goal, high goal, or power shot targets. Following the autonomous period is the 2-minute driver-controlled period. During the driver-controlled period, human players are expected to return rings to the playing field, as well as reset power shot targets. Each ring launched or placed into the low goal earns 2 points. A ring launched into the mid goal earns 4 points. However, rings launched into the opposing alliance's goal earn points for their alliance. A ring launched into the high goal earns 6 points. The last 30 seconds of the driver-controlled period is the endgame. During this time, robots may continue scoring rings, but there are also ways to earn bonus points. Each knocked down power shot target earns 15 points. Returning a wobble goal to the start line earns 5 points. Each ring fully supported by the wobble goal earns 5 points. If a robot lifts a wobble goal over the front wall into the drop zone, its alliance earns 20 points. There are many ways to score in Ultimate Goal, but there are also rules that, if not followed, will deduct points from your alliance. For example, a robot may not block another for an extended period. A robot may not possess more than 3 rings at a time. A robot may not launch rings over the side or front perimeter walls. A robot may not intentionally tip another robot at any time. This has been a brief summary of the Ultimate Goal game. For complete rules, please read the entire game manual and check the Q&A forum. For more information on our remote season, including gameplay and field requirements, please make sure to visit our game and season webpage for the full library of remote event documentation. And always remember the most important rule of First Tech Challenge: gracious professionalism. Good luck, teams, and have a great season.
Okay, so that was the game animation for FTC Ultimate Goal, which is what we're going to be playing today. We're going to be playing STC Ultimate Goal Simulated Second Tech Challenge today. There are a few slight changes between the official FTC rules and our STC rules, so I'm going to go over that for you in the audience right now. First of all, there are some things that are some rules that are automatically enforced by the simulator game, and then there are some things that are manually enforced by on-field referees. So let's go through some of the foul rules first. We've got pinning, trapping, or blocking for more than 5 seconds in teleop. The simulator will automatically enforce that, and the consequence is a minor penalty. Now, in real Ultimate Goal, there is a control or possession limit for the number of rings you can control at a time. In the simulator, we're not enforcing that. The robots are designed so that they cannot hold more than a certain number of rings at a time, but there will be no enforcement of control possession limits. Therefore, no penalty. Launching rings, that is mostly a safety rule, so we are not enforcing that in the simulator at all. You can launch rings in any direction, and that means that rings leaving the field, also not enforced. Launching wobble goals, if you're on your own alliance's wobble goals, usually would be a penalty, but it is not going to be enforced here today. There will be no penalty. However, launching your opponent's wobble goals will be referee enforced, and that will be a major penalty. Autonomous period interference is actually quite interesting. The simulator will prevent that from taking place altogether. It will not be possible for you to interfere during autonomous because there will be an invisible barrier or wall that drops down from the ceiling. So therefore, there will be no penalty for that because it's prevented from occurring altogether. The opposing team's wobble goal interference is referee enforced, and that's a major penalty per occurrence. Ring interference, not enforced, no penalty. Tower goal interference, not enforced, no penalty. Illegal tower goal scoring, the simulator will automatically enforce that. That'll be a major penalty per scored ring. You can't score on the tower goals with your rings if you are in front of that line, that targeting line, basically. And same thing with the power shots. You cannot shoot those power shots from in front of the line. The simulator will automatically enforce that major penalty per scored power shot. It includes the opposing alliance's power shot. That should be specified. And some other things. One major difference is that wobble rings, the rings that are scored on the wobble goal, will not be counted and will not be scored. If you somehow manage to do that, you won't be penalized exactly, but there is no point for you to put the rings on the wobble goal during the end game. There are no points that will be given for that in the simulator. That's a brief look at our STC rules. If you'd like, you can go to xrcsimulator.org/tournament, and you can read the full rules. You can see links to the match schedules today and the ranks at all times. And you've got a schedule over here. We're just about to begin qualification matches in just a couple minutes right now. Qualification matches are going to be running for about the next 3 hours. Then we'll start alliance selection, playoff eliminations, then we'll move to the final Einstein field. So we're just about ready to begin. I believe that we've got, is there anything that Brandon or Gluten Dad wants to say before we get started?
Yeah, just letting everybody know that the schedules are still being fully generated. Some of the names are a little bit wonky, but we'll have those out as soon as we can. Yeah, it's going to be an exciting day, full of action for sure between these two divisions.
Yeah, I'm actually very eager to see what the strategies will be that's going to dominate quals versus finals. This is the first year in FTC history where the strategy during quals should be very different from finals, since to win qualification matches, you're just trying to get the highest score. You're not actually trying to win the match. Versus playoffs, you're actually trying to win the match. So this will be a very interesting team to see how, or year to see how teams adapt to the changing strategies.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a big change, and we haven't really actually seen that in FRC either. We did see that 1 year in 2015 where there was basically no interaction between the robots, but this year, obviously, you can definitely bump a little bit or have some more defensive plays with this FTC game. So it's going to be interesting to see if the players that are on top in qualifications scoring a lot are going to be the ones that prevail in the end in eliminations, once maybe there's some more, blocking or defensive strategies that come into play.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I think one of the interesting parts of this year is it's going to approach more like the FRC rules, where historically in FTC, too much blocking is definitely frowned upon and is quickly timed. This year, it seems like the whole game was designed around the idea that blocking is going to be a mainstream part of the strategy. So it's going to be interesting to see how the FTC students also adapt to that.
Yeah, definitely. That's something that I have noticed in previous FTC games, that it does seem to be a lot more scoring focused. So it's going to be, yeah, like I agree, definitely different challenge that maybe students aren't normally used to. That's going to be exciting for them for sure.
Mhm.
So it looks like our staff are still getting the full names set up, because unfortunately some of them got cut off with the schedule generator, but we are getting that underway, and then everybody will be getting their roles for whatever division they may be in, Franklin or Edison, as our staff also work on that. Looks like Franklin will have 33 qualification matches to play. Looking, I imagine, the same for the Edison division. And yeah, just I guess we can quickly go over the queuing process for anybody who is not around, or we can just kind of refresh people on that. If you have a match, take a look at the or once you know what division you're in, take a look at both of the divisions, and you should know what roles you have permissions to. Take a look at the match schedule that is in event announcements, I believe, or will be in an event announcements shortly, and make sure that you're keeping track of what match we're on. The match number will be reported on the bottom left hand of the screen for both divisions, so if you're ever wondering, hey, what match is playing right now, that's a good place to look, just so that you don't miss out on your match and we can keep things on schedule.
And again, just a reminder on how the streams are going to work today. You're watching on First Updates Now the Spotlight stream right now. The Spotlight stream is going to hop between action across both of our divisions, the Edison division and the Franklin division. And so this, if you're a spectator, this channel is the best channel to watch on. We'll give you a quick summary on what you missed on the other division as we switch between them. And you can make sure to catch all of the action here. We also have the Orange Alliance 1 and the Orange Alliance 2 channels, which are going to be the main channels that are focused on each of their respective divisions. The Orange Alliance 1 is for Franklin, and Edison is on the Orange Alliance 2.
Yeah, so definitely check out those. If you're looking for a specific player and want to follow their action, take a look at the individual streams. But if you're new here and just wanting to see some FTC action, don't have any stake in a specific player, First Updates Now is definitely the place you want to be for keeping up with everything that's going on.
And again, if you have any questions or something that you want to chat about, don't forget to leave those questions in the chat here on Twitch. We'll be reading any questions out loud and answering them as we get the questions.
So it does look like the majority of players have now been assigned their Discord roles, so they're just getting set up and ready for our first few matches, making sure that they know the schedule and are figuring out who their partners and opponents will be for each match, and it's going to be exciting to see, the first official few matches coming up very shortly for sure. So I guess one thing that we can talk about while we're waiting for things to get underway, we have seen some of the players put up some single-player scores and submit some of those event high scores. I believe we do have the world record holder, Jake 5468. I believe he is the current world record holder for single player. He's going to be in the Franklin division. Looking at the Franklin division, we have some other high-scoring robots. C4678, he's been putting up good single-player scores. Bunch of new players. Jules, actually a player who is, I believe, the 5th highest single-player score as well in this division. A bunch of new players. Stegs, Robotic Racers, Winged Student 58, Jeff, a xRC regular, Greg, Genome, Dakota, Ben, and Angelica 15772 are going to be the players for Franklin. So some heavy hitters, some new players that we haven't seen yet that are potentially going to surprise, and maybe they've been practicing. So that's going to be an exciting division. And then looking over on the Edison division, we have actually Andrew, I believe, is the world record holder. What am I saying? Andrew 2137, world record holder actually on the Edison division, with Anthony, Big Boy Fred, aka Cooper. We have Kodser, who's also been practicing, playing quite a bit. Delta Wix, GH Mike 14329, High Flyers, Javon, one of our staff members, Jose 6832. We got Lawrence, Logan 4476, Soccer Legend 9933, and Wes rounding out the Edison division. So I think there's some pretty strong players in both divisions. Neither looking, at least right now, much stronger than the other. It's one of the things that, of course, everybody always looks at is what division looks harder to win, and it's going to be interesting to see what they end up with here. So it looks like we only have a few more people that need to get their roles, be in the right position. We already see some players queuing up and on the field, so we are definitely going to be getting action started very shortly.
Thank you to Dar and Super MC Matrix for subscribing on First Updates Now. All right, everyone, we're just about ready to begin. We've got action coming up on both the Edison and the Franklin divisions right now. So I'm going to fade out the music, and we're going to tune into the stream.
Fixed yet. So we'll see what alliances do in the last 30 seconds. They've closed the gap a little bit between them, but we're still not seeing them within the realm of possibility of winning, especially with 20 seconds, 90-point lead for the Red Alliance. Logan resetting himself, probably stuck on that wobble goal. He goes for another grab with the claw. There's 7 seconds left. Will he be able to do anything with it? It doesn't look like either alliance is going to be able to do anything. And that is the end of the first qualification match. Final score 333-244. The Red Alliance taking it home.
The Red Alliance winning that first match on the Edison division. Let's now cut over to the Franklin division, where they're starting their first match.
Penalties there. You're going to see the negative.
With 3 seconds left, Blue Alliance is going to have the lead coming out of autonomous period. Of course, wins and losses, not the biggest deal here in qualification match, but scores do matter. And maximizing your score is going to be critical to seeding high here in the Franklin division. C and Jules working quite smoothly together, trying to get their shots off. 2 misses from C, unfortunately, are going to hurt the Red Alliance a little bit, but of course they're still looking pretty comfortable. C's going to have another jam, so he's going to dump those rings out the back of the robot and look to recollect those. As Red Alliance is looking fairly strong here. Both C and Jules, strong players for sure. Jeff and Stegs, though, showing that they are no slouches either. They're going to be battling it out, trying to pick up as many rings as possible, making sure to minimize jams as we reach just under a minute to play here in match number 1. I see C doing another load, only 2 out of 3, slightly extending their lead. As we come down to the last 30 seconds, the pegs are going to be reset, and those are targets available for power shots that are going to get extra points for both alliances. Jeff's going to start working on them, but unfortunately collides with Stegs. He's going to miss one of those shots, but Stegs is going to help finish it out. And 2 pegs left for the Red Alliance. Looks like Jeff now on the defensive, trying to disrupt Jules' shots, trying to lower that Red Alliance score at the end. And with 5 seconds left, another block shot from Stegs. There's not going to be a finalized peg there for the Red Alliance, but they are going to put up the higher score in this match, 401 to 358. And taking a look at that match breakdown, we do see our contributions on the Red Alliance. C4678 putting up 191 points, Jules 188. Blue Alliance not too far behind with 167 and 173. But pretty close match. Job well done for the Red Alliance. Looking at the breakdown, of course, Otto went in favor of the Blue Alliance, 121 to 109. But the teleop score from the Red Alliance just definitely much higher there, 262 to 192. Endgame slightly better for the Blue Alliance, of course, as well, because they got all 3 pegs knocked over. Red Alliance was only able to get 2, and looked like a clean match there. So good job from both of the alliances, able to keep things clean, maximize their score as much as possible.
Let's cut over to the Edison division now, where we have another match that's just finishing up in the endgame period.
Too low, and it's just really easy to score points for the other alliance, but that's not going to stop Blue from having the lead in this match. Coster going for those pegs. He is 3 for 3 hitting those shots. snagging those last second points. Now he's going, grabbing some more rings, getting these last second shots in. 5 seconds left. It is Blue's match, 2-1. And there it is, 235, 396. The Blue Alliance taking this home. Codster outscoring the Red Alliance by 100 points by himself. We're going to be keeping an eye on him, seeing what he does during this competition. He's put up a very good performance in the first match. Looking at the contributions there, Codster's graph is just soaring through the air compared to everyone else on the alliance, on the other alliances. High Flyers putting up 132 and Jose putting up 101. Dorsal not too far behind, 48 behind Jose. But luckily he had Codster on his alliance there to bring the points. No penalties. It was a clean match from both alliances. 45 endgame points for Blue, only 30 for Red. But the big difference here was that teleop score. They weren't too far behind in auto, but when you put in double the amount of rings that your opponent does, you're going to win that match. We are waiting for our alliance to, or we're waiting for one more on our Blue Alliance to join the match. Soccer Legend, we haven't seen him in a SRC or STC competition. This is a first event for him, so we're gonna see what he does. The first time doing a competition is always going to be a little bit confusing. Just for anyone that is listening that might not know what to do, when it is your match, you're going to open up...
Okay, so we're going to cut back over to the Franklin division where we're just starting another match.
Knocked over. And that's a second one there from Ben, as Greg unloads another volley into the pegs, or into the high goal. He's going to pick up that second wobble goal, but unfortunately drops it, trying to place it with 2 seconds left to park. Ben looks like he might have gotten the park just at the end, and that's going to give the Blue Alliance a little bit of an edge. Heading out of autonomous period, 118 to 106. See all the robots working together to try and maximize their score. Angelica's going to try and find some of those rings that are on the ground, making sure that she can pick them up as quickly as possible to maximize Red Alliance. With 1 minute 26 seconds, a few missed shots there from the Red Alliance, but that's okay. We're going to see Greg on the Blue Alliance also one missed shot, but is going to find the next two very accurately into that upper goal. And that might have been shot too close, actually, from Greg. You can see the pegs, or the rings, when shot, they do turn white if they're shot from too close, indicating a potential penalty if they are scored. And that might have been the case. So Red Alliance is going to take a little bit larger of a lead here. But Blue Alliance is trying to bring it back, trying to maximize their score. 43 seconds left, only a little bit more time before people want to start thinking about the end game. And as we enter 30 seconds, the pegs are reset. Those are targets available. Of course, we could also see potentially some wobble goals scored at the end for either being on the line or over the wall for points. But so far, it looks like everybody opting for the shooting aspects of the game. Looks like 2 pegs knocked down for, now 3 for the red, and 1 for the blue. Blue trying to get something done in the last 4 seconds of the match, and a few missed shots from Angelica, and that's going to be, oh, maybe a score there for the end with Greg. We're going to have to see what the final breakdown has, whether or not that counted with that wobble goal.
So Blue definitely had the lead at the beginning, but then I'm not sure what Greg was trying to do with the opponent's wobble goal. That delayed him from scoring a little higher. Again, it's not about winning, it's about getting the most points during the qualification matches, and then it flips around in the playoffs where you actually are trying to win the match. Couple mistakes by Greg, shooting him when he's not fully behind the line, and that's going to be a common problem when you do maneuver with a wobble goal. Your arm tends to extend more forward, and then you tend to forget about that, and it's easier to score while crossing the line. So not sure what happened there with the wobble goal, but hopefully next game Greg can get a better handle on it.
Yeah, definitely. We do see the penalties there, minus 120. Of course, that definitely affected the Blue Alliance's score a lot there. They definitely could have been scoring a lot higher, unfortunately for them, but that does happen, and you just got to be careful about the shooting from too close. Of course, as you mentioned, autonomous period. Well, was the
Okay, so we've got 2 matches down on the Franklin division, and we're going to head back over for match 3 of the Edison division, where they're starting right now.
Looks like Dakota had a great match for the Red Alliance, scoring 257 points.
Ring to actually pick up Soccer Legend kind of in the way. Javon misses both peg shots there, and you're going to see the points go to the Red Alliance. They were able to get both wobble goals as well as score more rings and pegs than the Blue Alliance was able to do. We'll see if they're able to close the gap up a little bit as we move further into the match. Looks like they are oh, Javon gets flipped. They go ahead and reset themselves. Smart and quick thinking there. Currently, Anthony has put up more points than the Blue Alliance. Javon and Soccer Legend both with a 47 contribution. Andrew with doubling that with 86 points. Javon resetting themselves again, it seems. Not quite sure what's going on. Some strong defense being played almost on Andrew. It is legal, but there is a pin circle that will show up around your robot, and if that circle completes, you will be reset with a 10-point penalty, I believe. You see a wild ring being shot out of the field. Sometimes it does happen. Unfortunately, it does assign a penalty if you are in front of the line. But that is kind of to be expected when you have a game that was released 1 week after the game was actually announced. Big props to Gluten Dad for being able to put up this game so quickly and dealing with all these bugs. It's been a very busy week. He's certainly been an MVP with this game. 30 seconds left. The Red Alliance doubled the blue score. A reminder of how ranking works. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but it's not win-loss, it is total score put up. Which means that even if you are losing, you certainly do want to be trying your hardest to get those points. And there is Anthony moving the wobble goals outside of the field. He got one, did not get the second, but that is going to give them the win there. Andrew almost outscoring the Blue Alliance by himself. Javon not doing too bad for himself. 146, Soccer Legend, 89 points. The match results of qualification match number 3. We do see the Red Alliance has taken that pretty well.
All right, that is match number 3 on the Edison division, and we're going to be heading over to match number 3 on the Franklin division, which is just about to start as well.
Yeah, reminder to anybody wanting to play the game that we're playing right now. Current version is 5.6D, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So if you're interested in playing this after the tournament, or if you're playing in the tournament and you're still getting your stuff set up, it's 5.6D. Make sure you got that.
For those of you who are just joining us from the Spotlight stream, welcome. We were just waiting on Genome. Oh, well, we got Genome, and then we lost Wing Student. So hopefully Wing Student will be back in just a second. Just making sure that all the Red Alliance members are connected before we get this match underway, as we want to make sure that everybody is playing a fair fight here and is 2v2 to give them the best chance to play well here. It looks like everybody is in now. Wing Student, of course, caught a little bit on the goal, but looks like they are moving. So we're going to get this match number 3 underway here. Off we go.
Let's get going. So the fire wobble goal is active. We can see blue getting those immediately, whereas red. Oh, looks like they got the pickup on it. Interesting.
Yeah, very
And-
awesome. It's been
Yeah.
interesting to see the differences between the robots or the players that prefer to push the wobble goal or just shoot them. Or
Like
sorry,
red
pick them
might
up,
be
pick them
getting
up.
their shots off a bit late here.
Yeah, looks like Gino might have been a little bit too far forward once again.
Oh no.
The arm, unfortunately, I think was past the line, so it is going to count. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, only 1 point heading out of autonomous for the Red Alliance, but they're going to try and recover as much as they can.
Mhm.
You gotta say,
Um,
really good contribution so far from Jake. 149 points early on in this match already. He's definitely one of our
Yeah,
stronger
definitely.
players. And it looks like we actually might be seeing some defense from robotic racers. So this is the first time we've seen that played, of course, because the higher score is better when it comes to seeding. So Blue Alliance feels like they can still have a high score, despite potentially some of that bumping.
still putting up points. He's at, excuse me, he's at 179 all by himself, and gets one shot, ends up scoring at 2 for red. Interesting. Might not have that height dialed in for those shots, but there we go. You can see Genome still driving around with that arm out.
Oh,
Way in front. Oh, and he flips
unfortunate
himself
flip.
over. No.
So he
Does
will,
he know what to do?
hopefully he knows how to reset his robot. If any of the competitors here are wondering, you just go up to the top left. There is a reset your robot thing. If you go to the options, looks like Wing Student accidentally knocking a blue peg as well there for the power shot. So given
Still good
Blue Alliance
accuracy
some
on his
points,
own one, so.
Jake struggling with some of the jams. He's got 10 seconds to kind of knock down those last 2 pegs. Robotic Racers trying to do the same thing. Gonna get
Wing
one
Student
and the
trying to
second.
flip him over.
Wing Student trying to
No.
flip over Genome.
Oh.
But unfortunately, it looks like Genome was not aware of the reset, so we'll make sure that he's aware that you can reset your robot if you get flipped.
A catastrophic end of the match there for that Red Alliance. Looks like some big mishaps there, some robots flipping over, and some scoring for the opposite alliance. But we're going to head over to the Edison division now, where we are starting match number 4.
Jake's 277-point contribution.
SRC player, second robotics competition, playing Infinite Recharge. Haven't seen much from FTC, but here we are. 35 seconds remaining. The Blue Alliance has a healthy lead at this point in the match, up 65 points, and it just keeps growing. Soccer Legend not moving as much. He is going for those pegs, and he is 3 for 3. The pegs are surprisingly hard to hit. You have to be very consistent to hit all 3 consistently. Are they going to go for wobble goals over the back edge? It looks like neither alliance is even thinking about it right now. They're just trying to get these last rings into the upper goals here. 2 seconds left, and that is match 4. The Blue Alliance running ahead, 358-269. Definitely not a bad performance from either of our alliances. However, looking at the contributions, there was no one that was like carrying their alliance. Everyone played to the best of their ability, and the best of their ability was pretty well in this situation. Soccer Legend putting up 138, Wes with 116, and the Blue Alliance 191 and 161 for Mike and Logan respectively. It seems that the Blue Alliance might have just been favored to win this match, unfortunately, and that is it. When you have so many matches, there are going to be some matches that are just not yours to win, unfortunately. Thankfully, our next match, qualification match number 5, is about ready to go. We have all of our robots on the field, and we're going to kick this off. on the Blue Alliance is Jose and Anthony. On the Red Alliance is High Flyers and Javon. We see those wobble goals put into position very quickly by the Blue Alliance, coordinated, so each player grabbed one. Very good play there. And the Red Alliance struggled a little bit getting both of them back in there. It was kind of left up to Javon to do that. Blue trying to get these pegs at the last second there. It might be wise to just park with 2 seconds left. And it looks like they both got it. Their score did jump a little bit there, as you can see in the graph. The very last second, as they ran onto those lines, get the extra little boost of points that they're looking for. The Red Alliance has a lead right now, but it's not very big and definitely can be overcome. Anthony, one of the stronger players in FTC that we've seen from personal runs, single player. And Jose doing pretty well for himself as well. 146, Anthony's 92. And we're looking at the Red Alliance there. They're both doing well for themselves. 140 and 137. No player is carrying the match on their shoulders at this time right now. Blue Alliance, Anthony specifically, might need to put up a little more points for his alliance. 45 seconds left. These matches move so quickly. Red Alliance still have the lead, and they've held this 25-point lead for basically the entire match at this point. You can see that they just had an initial deficit of points and they haven't been able to overcome it, unfortunately. Both on the Red Alliance just reset themselves, like synchronized, was kind of cool. But definitely going to set them back in time. Going for those pegs there. Javon hits 2, hits 3. They both aim for the same peg. Wasted a ring there. Anthony trying to figure things out with the wobble goal. He does grab it. He's going to get that over the back of the field. 20 easy points for him, or 15. Getting those last shots off, and it looks like that wobble goal made the difference there in that match. I mean, looking at the breakdown here, the endgame score was identical, actually.
The fifth match just wrapping up here on the Edison division. We have some action. Match number 4 on the Franklin division, so we're going to cut over there right now.
Higher goal, but some of the players have definitely mastered it over some practice over the last week.
Yeah, as we can see, compared to Auto, Blue has really came back into this match and is now looking like they might be starting to run away with it. More shots coming up from Red, and there's a little bit of bumping, but Blue gets off their shots. Lily putting up points for this match. 18, one cycle looks like. Driving a bit slow. Might want to look at the robot settings there, but could be handled after the match. And
yeah, it looks like we're about to hit 30 seconds. Ooh, on the run shots from Genome, making some of them while strafing sideways, showing off his skills or her skills. And now we do see a little bit of bumping from Ben and Jules trying to jockey for position to get the pegs. Looks like there is all the pegs knocked down for the Red Alliance. Jules trying to get the last one for the Blue, and he does. So these alliances trying to get a couple more shots in. 3 seconds to go.
Yep. There we go. Blue getting one last shot at the buzzer. Ends up... Right now, looks like 354, 306 for Blue. With Jules putting up a 218, Ben putting up a 260.
With match 4 wrapping up on Franklin, let's head over to match 6 on Edison.
Still was going to go to grab those. Codster, we're seeing that big score come out of him right now, 127. 3 times a Big Boy Fred's score right now, and you see that especially as Red shoots from in front of the line or slash on the line, and they are now at -1 contribution. Red's going to have to work overtime to get these points, and that's really going to hurt Codster with the total match score there. He cost him 40, 50 points there. It looks like Red still might be able to win this match. Andrew missing a lot of shots, and you see Wes shooting from on the line, giving them the penalties. You've got to keep an eye on that line. It's very easy to accidentally scoot a little bit too far forward, and suddenly you are hurting your team way too much. Going for the pegs, did I just see Wes hit one of the Red Alliance pegs? Maybe. It was certainly close. 12 seconds. Red might have this. Nobody attempting the wobble goals. Just getting these last rings into the goal. 1 second left. Codster with a buzzer beater of a shot. 367, 336 qualification match number 6. We do have 33 qualification matches today.
That wraps up match number 6 on Edison. We're going to head over to the Franklin division where we can check out the current ranks as they stand in the Franklin division. Should be interesting to look at before we start the next match.
What the other matches bring for all the other players, because we got a few sitting right around 400 right now. Now we're going to take a look back at the field. We got Jake and Jeff on the red. 2 players that are veterans to XRC Sim, but I mean, you can be a veteran at XRC Sim, but this is FTC, this is Ultimate Goal. Everyone's only played this for a week, so. But then we got Angelica and Robotic Racers on the blue.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's ready to get this match number 5 underway. So we're going to get that going here.
All right, and we have the mid goal active for those wobble goals. Jeff looking like he's trying to push him far, whereas Jake going to pick it up along with Robotic Racers.
Ooh, Angelica a little bit too high on those shots for the power shot, not able to knock over any of the pegs. Going again, once again, looks like a little bit of a miss. Red Alliance looking pretty dominant here.
Oof.
In autonomous period, 118 to 10. Red's definitely going to be happy about that one.
No shots coming out from blue on the actual target in auto. And Jake taking a very quick cycle there, hitting all 3. Jeff hitting some shots. Robotic Racer hits a shot. And Angelica looking to move behind that line and shoot for their first time.
Ooh, accidentally scoring for the Red Alliance. Of course, one of the unique things about this game is that there's kind of a goal for both alliances on both sides, and the biggest one actually on the high point value Red Alliance side is blue. In the middle, you can see that's the largest goal. So if you miss a shot, you could potentially earn points for your opponents.
Oh yeah. And I'm curious to see if anybody goes for shooting 2s or even 1s in this event, because I know it's possible, but I don't know if it would work as a strategy. It depends on what your alliance partners are doing.
Yeah, I think that. Hello.
Yeah.
That might come up potentially when there's more defense. I've seen that strategy kind of be a more of a protected zone for robots to shoot when there's a lot of defense, but back when we're in quals, I guess it's pretty comfortable for them to kind of just go for that high value upper goal shot, which we've seen every alliance doing.
Really good power shots from Jake, and the Blue Alliance looks like they're missing those power shots just a bit high.
Yeah, we do see 2 seconds left, so we're going to see if they can get any shots in the end. Jake draining 3 with the last couple seconds in the match. And really high score there from the Red Alliance.
We're not going to waste any time here with match 5 wrapping up. On the Franklin division, let's head over to the Edison division where we've already got match 7 underway.
Mike currently. Andrew doubling the Red Alliance score right now. One of the top players in single player at the moment. Dorsal not having a great day with these wobble goals. They're getting in all sorts of ways. And I wonder here, do you see Reds put that wobble goal on the other side of the field kind of in the way? Is this a legal tactic to put your wobble goal on the other side of the field in a spot where it's going to interfere? Dorsal is kind of just, I think he's a little bit confused over there. "30 seconds left. Blue could disconnect from the server and not have to worry about this match ever again, but they want the extra points. Andrew 257. Will he break 300 in this match? It's certainly possible. All pegs are down. Getting these last few cycles of rings in. Doesn't look like either alliance is attempting the wobble goal. 293. These last second shots are going to be the difference between 300 and not, and there it is, 305 from Andrew. First match to break 500 in the Edison division today. We're still waiting on a few robots from Edison on Edison 2 to join. So we're going to take a quick look at our rankings.
Match 6 underway on the Franklin division. Let's cut over to that right now.
First place currently.
As the pile of rings just gets launched onto Dakota as he shoots those power shots. Blue not opting for the wobbles, but they're getting the pegs, trying to get some shots in. Looks like they're just parking on the line now.
Yeah.
133 to 30 for red. I think blue should have just gone for those parks, taking those points. But anyway, moving on to teleop. I see red going for their first cycles. Blue putting up some shots. Looks like they're just getting them dialed in a little bit at this point. Dakota getting bumped a little bit by Winged Student here over in the corner. And Steg's missing a few shots because of that as well. A bit more defense than I'm used to.
Winged
And
Student definitely playing way more defense. Definitely disrupting the Red Alliance from scoring.
Yeah, the only thing about that is when you're stopping their scoring, you're not scoring yourself. And total points is what these rankings are based on, so I don't know if that'll really work out that well for him. We'll have to see.
Ooh, those shots might have been a little bit too close for Winged Student as well. So scoring for red and getting a penalty, I believe. It's going to be unfortunate for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, saying 261 to 48 right now for red. Both red robots sitting above 115. Steg's putting in another cycle. Looking really strong right now.
Yeah, both Stegs and Dakota matching very good shooting opportunities here. Trying to accidentally scored
hit the
for
blue
the blue.
peg.
Yeah. You can see Dakota taking some long-range snipes, and they get all the power shots off for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance has 2 more to do if they can pull it off with 8 seconds to go in this match.
Oh, missing a few shots.
Yeah.
Stegs, but Dakota hits
There we
his.
go. Wing Student unloading all 3 onto that one, making sure that he gets the that one peg down, and it's going to earn 80 points for the Blue Alliance in the end to 384 for the Red Alliance.
Strong contributions from both those Red Alliance robots, putting up a lot of points there. Those two are going to be really interesting to watch as we move forward. But 39 to 9 rings in that. Red just took so many shots that match. But you can also see the blue getting negative 30 from those penalties. It looks like that was when Winged Student was shooting from up close.
Let's head over to the Edison division, where match number 8 is already underway.
The Red Alliance has held their lead pretty well, and they've actually increased it quite a bit. 248, 158, caused her right behind the Blue Alliance's score. $290 to 176. This is all but going to be given to Red, but every last point is going to count. There's no reason either alliance should ever give up, because every single peg you put in that goal, or every single ring you put in that goal, is going to add to your tiebreaker score, which is the most important thing. You could win a match by 1 point and still have a great match because of how many points you put up. Dorsal resetting themselves, 20 seconds left to go. Red almost doubling the Blue Alliance's score. Soccer Legend doing very well for themselves. 149, almost outscoring High Flyers from the Blue Alliance. 5 seconds left, getting these last rings into the goal. And there it is. Qualification match number 8 goes to the Red Alliance, 449 to 206. Kozzer putting up 251 points. That's definitely going to be helping his tiebreaker here. The Red Alliance held the lead for the entire match basically, and built on it pretty well. 30 points of penalties for the Blue Alliance, but ultimately what mattered here, of course, is the difference in each of the categories, beating out a Teleop by 130, beating out Auto by 70, and Endgame by 15. It adds up really, really quickly. All robots are on the field for qualification match number 5. Thank you to our competitors, Javon and Delta on the Blue Alliance, and Jose and Wes on the Red Alliance.
Okay, we're going to take a quick pause on the Edison division, and we're going to go take a look at both divisions' rankings at the moment. My name is Nick. If you're just joining me, welcome to First Updates Now. We are streaming the STC Ultimate Goal event in xRC Simulator. STC stands for Second Tech Challenge, and we are playing the FTC Ultimate Goal game, and this is just 1 week after kickoff. We're really excited to be here. We have 2 divisions of action-filled, action-packed content, and we've got the Franklin division, the ranks on the left. Jake5468 is at the top of the Franklin division at this point. He has 2 wins to his name, but most importantly, he has the most points to his name. Andrew2137 is at the top of the Edison division, you can see on the right side. Now, Andrew and Jake, 2 of the most powerful scorers in Ultimate Goal. They have close to, I believe that they are the top 2 in the world record holders for Ultimate Goal in single player, and obviously those skills in single player are carrying over to their multiplayer performance. So that's really exciting to see. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to put them in the Twitch chat. But we're going to head over to the Edison division again, I believe, where we have 1 minute left in this match.
Delta putting up a very respectable score, 155 with 50 seconds remaining. players are going to keep that in mind when we come to alliance selections at the end of qualifications, that your individual performance is going to matter a lot if you're not in the top 4 picking. I've seen some people put out scouting sheets that they are using. Seems a little bit much, but if you care about the game, definitely go for it. 26 seconds. Jose looking to try and grab a wobble goal, but he does drop it and kind of jam his hand into the goal there, trying to get any last point that they can. Wes on the line, but apparently not, because he is not penalized. Blue has taken this match. Final score is 442 to 27. While we wait for everyone to get onto the field for qualification match number 9, I believe, 10 maybe, we are going to take a look at the rankings. It will be qualification match number 10. If you are in that match, please hurry up. Number 1 spot is Andrew. He's able to hold that Codster, only separating them by about 60-65 points right now. Of course, over 9 or so matches that you're going to play, every single little point adds up, and we're already seeing that 3 matches in. This is probably a better view for you guys. And robots are moving. Logan with the wobble goals, a very clean grab there. Sometimes you see robots struggle with it. Anthony a little bit, but they are able to grab it. I personally find it easier to just shove them across the field, but it can cause a lot of problems sometimes when you do that. End of autonomous 97 to 85. Red Alliance coming out slightly ahead, but it's definitely not anything that Blue can't make up in this match. That's a few rings into the goal. That's one more peg than them in endgame. That's a wobble goal over the edge. Definitely not anything to be concerned about. And we see Red is coming out on top ever so slightly right now. They're definitely fighting for that lead. Twice we've seen after cycles that the alliances are separated by 2 points. Red slightly ahead, it seems. Big Boy Fred struggling a little bit to pick up the rings, running into the wobble goals, kind of getting stuck, glitch on top of them. That's going to let Red beat a cycle, and it doesn't help when you miss all 3 of your shots. Anthony and Logan both having to dump their hopper. Looks like everyone's just struggling a little bit right now to fill up their hopper and get those into the goal. The Red Alliance has definitely increased their lead as of late, 260 to 185. The driving force behind the Red Alliance score is definitely Anthony, putting up 146, but Jose is doing very well for himself. 176 here. Looks like he might just not have the best of luck with qualifications, but as we said earlier, you have some matches that you're not going to win. 20 seconds left. Jose hitting those pegs. He does miss one, but he hits the other 2. Anthony going to get that wobble goal over the edge, grabbing it, and not able to actually drag it up. It's really difficult when it's up against a wall. It's really hard to do it, but he does. He lets go, gets the points for his alliance, and that is the end of qualification match number 10. Just forgot to update that. That is qualification match number 10. The Red Alliance taking it by 100 points over the Blue Alliance. Whoa. Okay. As you can see here, it was really teleop that made the big difference here. They weren't too far behind in auto. It was definitely recoverable.
So we did miss the match, but I just wanted to feature the score that our current rank leader, Jake 5468, over here on the Blue Alliance and the Franklin division, did win his match right here, match number 8 on Franklin, and it was a blowout, more than doubling the score of that opponent. Just wanted to give you a quick check-in with the Franklin division, since Jake is, I believe, currently the leader, and this big score should solidify his state. We can check in with the rankings as they stand for both divisions. Right now, Jake and Andrew still at the top of both of their divisions. Jake, 100 points, 100 ranking points above Jules, who is in second place. Andrew, a little bit closer, only leading by 53 points above Anthony, who is in second place in the Edison division. Now we are in between matches on both the Franklin and Edison divisions, so we're going to continue to take a look at both of these rankings, and as soon as there's more action on either division, we'll cut right over it so you don't miss a thing. And again, in case you're joining us, we are the second Tech Challenge. We are streaming xRC Simulator, playing the very first tournament of Ultimate Goal, a game that just kicked off in FTC last week. It does look like the Franklin division is going to be beginning match number 9, so we can cut over to the Franklin division right now. We have C, Lily, Stegs, and Winged Student that are going to be competing in this match.
Looks like everybody's ready to go, so we're going to kick this one off for match
Alright.
number 9.
Let's get it started. Far targets activated. Both blue going for the grabs, and they both get them. That was synchronized.
Very impressive. Oh,
Oh,
looks
but
like
the
Lily's
drop
going to
there.
drop it. And go for the
Both
shots.
red getting their wobbles in. Now looking to go for a few shots there.
One more power
blue
shot
going
to
for the
complete for
tags.
Stegs, and he gets it off. Couple more seconds. Parks are critical, and it is going to be the Blue Alliance coming out on top by
Yeah.
a little bit.
Steg's really putting up a good score so far. He's at 74. C is at 101. And then got more shots coming out from blue. Winged Student putting in a cycle along with Stegs, and red is taking the lead in this match. As I say that, blue putting up a big cycle there.
Yeah, red back in the lead very temporarily, potentially here. It is only a 10-point gap. Stegs trying to get some shots off, but C is quick enough to match. It's actually
And they are
tied.
tied
Yeah,
right now.
C missed one of his shots, and it went into the red goal, scoring points for the Red Alliance. So,
And it looks like
unfortunate for
Lily
him.
might have gotten a penalty as well.
yeah,
Contribution
negative
says
points,
negative
unfortunately.
3. And back in the positive again with that shot. Steg's getting in a big cycle there as Winged Student picks up and C shoots.
Definitely a back and forth match so far with 50 seconds left. Still lots of time for the score to be impacted. Stegs and Winged Student working well together to not bump into each other, not disrupt each other's cycles, and keep the scoring high as they regain the lead. And C gets a low shot there. Going to regain the lead for the Blue Alliance. Stegs moves to the power shots. He's get one peg knocked over. C trying to do the same for blue as he gets 2. Steg's trying to finish off the Red Alliance's side, and they do. But only up by 3 points, and Red Alliance is going to be down a little bit here, now regaining the lead. It's a very back and forth. We're going to see some potential defense, some extra shots at the end, and Red is going to have a higher score for this match.
Well,
331 to 325.
Stegs with 275, C with 290. Really good contributions from both of those. And I mean, Stegs is a bit of a new player to xRC, so I'm really excited to see him putting up big numbers.
Yeah, definitely competing very well with the veteran C4678, who's been around for many months in the xRC community.
And you can see the Red pulling that out even with the -30 in penalties.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with Red's decision, Wing's decision to do defense towards the end, because really winning is not the goal here, but to get your score up. So if I were him, I would have kept scoring, but maybe he's trying to demonstrate that he can do decent defense at this point.
That's true, and in the moment, when you're talking about like not doing defense and scoring, like yeah, that makes sense. But in the moment, you just see those scores up top, and you're like, wow, I'm winning by 6. I gotta win this match any way possible. And it doesn't, and it might not make sense for the rankings, but you know, when you're in the moment, that's just sometimes what you do. I know I've done it for sure.
Yeah, definitely. So looking ahead to our double-digit match number 10.
Okay, so just really quick, we're going to stay here on Franklin, but I did want to give you an update from what we just missed on Edison. We just had qualification match number 11 with Andrew 2137, our current ranks leader at the Edison division. He was competing with Javon against the High Flyers and Big Boy Fred. Now, Andrew did win that match. Andrew and Javon, the Red Alliance, won that match, more than almost doubling that Blue Alliance score again. So a big margin on that victory was boosted Andrew a little bit higher. So Andrew is leading the Edison division even more than he was before.
Ben in autonomous mode has been really consistent with that, and we'll see what Angelica can do to try and keep the Red Alliance score as high as she can.
Yeah.
We're going to get started with this match.
Alright, we got this match underway. Looks like close targets are active. Blue getting a push in there.
Looks like C might be
Ben
stuck.
Oh,
He shoots, but it doesn't actually knock over the peg. He's only going to get 1. He's going to try and pick up the rings back up into his robot. Greg's going to give him a help, but only gets 1 of those.
We got Red getting both those wobbles with Blue's 2, and it looks like they will take auto. 121, 103. 121 is an impressive auto, especially with their auto setup, but Ben going for an early cycle, just pulling out wide. C and Greg looking to go for cycles of their own. Ben getting those side shots, which is really interesting. I haven't seen a lot of people do that. Like Greg and C have usually been shooting from right in front of that goal. Got Ben already at 119, beating out both Greg and C so far.
Yeah, putting up big scores. Kind of getting caught up in the Blue Alliance robots, but is going to find his way into a shooting position. Going to get 2 out of 3 into that upper goal. Angelica trying to do the same, but not quite working for her this time. She's going to work to pick up more rings.
Greg and C with 2 strong scores, looking like their score is surging ahead here. And as I say that, C misses 3 shots. Commentator's curse, maybe. But picks those up, gets those back in. And yeah, looks like Angelica might be going for shots or could be getting ready for that endgame pegs. All right, and
Ooh.
as we enter the end game,
That bump from C on Angelica definitely affecting the Red Alliance. Look at Ben, though. Just 3 in a row. Easy as you like. Just nailing all of those power shots. Really impressive match from him. 9 seconds left. He's going to try and get a couple more shots off. Trying to increase the Red Alliance score as much as possible. Angelica going to push a wobble goal to the end. That might be an extra 5 points, I believe.
Yep. It looks like that might have pushed him over 300 there. So yeah, you see blue getting 430, red getting 303. And yeah, as you can see, blue breaking 50 rings, red getting 25, and no penalties. Again, love to see it. Love those matches. But blue just dominating Inteleoff, getting tons of rings in.
Yeah, very impressive from both the Blue Alliance robots. They put up some good scores. Unfortunately, Angelica struggling a little bit, but still putting a solid contribution towards the Red Alliance. At least not getting negative points is definitely what you want to be seeing from all your competitors. And putting up a pretty good score. 303 is pretty respectable for the Red Alliance, so I think they can walk away with that pretty happy.
Yeah, for sure. Oh.
So we'll check in with the rankings real quick. And we see that our current number 1 seed is C. He is up a match. Jake only about 200 points behind, so he's probably the de facto number 1 seed. Jules also up there in 3rd place currently. Ben a little bit low, despite going 0-3. That's really surprising. I think he's had really good performances, but hasn't maybe had the best luck with partners so far. Sitting 846 total points.
This match was actually the first match somebody scored a wobble goal on the line at the end of the game. Looks like the program's not listing it in the breakdown, but it was nice to see the wobble goal actually used in the end game.
Yeah, for sure, and that can definitely be really useful if you don't have time to pick up a ring and try and shoot it at the end. The wobble goal can be a lot quicker to score, depending on where your robot's lined up. So it looks like we temporarily lost Max, but hopefully he'll be back soon. We get ready for match number 11 on the Franklin division. On the Red Alliance, we have Jules and Robotic Racers versus Angelica and Stegs. Looking to increase their ranking, climb up, and take as high of a seed as they possibly can. Top 4 robots will be in picking position. This looks like everybody is ready, so we're going to get started.
All right, let's get this match underway. We got the mid zone open for those wobbles. Red pushing them, while blue looks like Stegs will be picking them up. Really good push. But looks like Angelica is only going to be hitting one of those power shots right now.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication with the Blue Alliance too. Stegs and Angelica bumping into each other a little bit, and that is going to cause them to potentially lose a few points in the autonomous period. Going to be at a bit of a deficit.
Just bonked the wobble goal, so that it was just in when the time hit 0. That was really good play. But now we're getting our first cycles in. Seg's taking some shots. Jules looks like he just reset here. Might have got a big jam there, but he's back. Angelica taking a cycle.
Oh, it looks like Jules did not have his angle set correctly, so all of his shots went high, unfortunately.
Yeah, you see that when people
corrected
reset.
the solution. Yeah, that is a common mistake, unfortunately. Sometimes you gotta remember to reset it after you've reset your robot.
Steg's getting some shots from up close. Looks like Angelica could be rotating in for some shots. Yep. We got. Looks like Jules is just ahead of Stegs right now on the points, but Angelica doing just enough to keep them ahead of the Red Alliance. And putting in another cycle there. Jules going for some shots, and Robotic Racers as well in the corner. Looks like might be lining up. Yep, there goes shots, and Stegs looks like he resets now. We're in the end game. We're looking for some power shots from both alliances.
Yeah, looks like blue and red both have gotten 2 power shots so far, both trying to get the last one locked in.
That
Jules
could
gonna
make
get that
or
one,
break
and
the
then
match.
Stegs also matching.
Angelica putting in enough, but
Another
Robotic
shot
Racer
from
puts
Robotic
them ahead.
Racers. Jules trying to
Stegs
get in.
out the shots in time. Oh, but Jules.
Very, very close
a
match.
close
Despite the win and loss not actually mattering, but very evenly matched up alliances. It's exciting to see both alliances keeping it so close.
It's interesting. Jules struggled there at the beginning. I don't know what happened. This was not Jules' best form. And then one thing to see was the middle square for Otto is really the hardest one because you don't have the wall stopping the wobble goal from rotating when it falls over.
Yeah.
So certainly Red struggled to get those wobbles goal in and goals to stay in, and they lost some points there.
Yeah, and you can see Red winning even though they got 5 less rings. That auto score, the wobbles and the pegs, just setting them over the top there.
Yeah, autonomous period definitely big.
Okay, so we finished match 11 on the Franklin division. It looks like the Edison division just finished match 13. Let's take a quick look at the rankings for both divisions right now. Franklin, we have a lead change since we checked last. Jake, 5468, was leading on Franklin before, and now it looks like C is leading with a score of 1514 ranking points. And it's a big lead as well, almost 200 points leading there. So that's pretty major. We're seeing Anthony is still trailing behind Andrew, who is number 1 in the Edison since we checked last. I believe that Anthony just played a match on Edison just a moment ago. We're going to be cutting over to the Edison division in just a moment, where I believe that we have a new commentator, Peter, that's going to be joining the Edison division. So we can go introduce you to Peter on Edison.
Team 11115, and I'm pretty happy to be here. I think this is an awesome event.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of great matches happen so far. Looking into match 14 of 33, we're barely scraping the surface here. Let's actually take a look at our rankings right now. They're getting a little bit more steady in solidifying who's up there. And it looks like Andrew is actually in our number 1 spot. We've seen some great matches from him. Still higher than Codster, even with a loss.
Yep, and it's still pretty early in the day, so anything can still happen, and we'll keep a lookout for potentially anyone who's slightly lower who's going to make some breakthroughs here.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the rankings here, Jose is very low. He has yet to win a match today, but he's been doing very well for himself. Anyone that's been watching can see how well he's been doing, but he just hasn't had some good matchups yet.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, that unfortunately sometimes the match schedule just gets really challenging, but that can also be an opportunity to differentiate yourself in high defense environments for alliance selection.
Most definitely. It looks like all robots are on the field for qualification match number 14.
Let's see what we got here. Going ready for autonomous. We'll see what these teams have planned. Yep, and off to a quick start.
And
We say,
Wobbles move really quickly.
yeah,
to
we'll
the
see if they
spots.
can get him into the correct spot by the end of autonomous. And we see pretty close so far. It's still anyone's game. I think this might be decided by end game, but we'll see.
And both alliances come out tied after autonomous. 157, 157 with 157 left on the clock. You don't see that very often. Codster missing all of his shots there. High Flyers doing the same. What's going on the Blue Alliance right now?
I'm not sure. For anyone who's just joining, we have a graph on the top right of the point difference between the two alliances, and it looks pretty close to 0 right now, but so still anyone's game. We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, the game has been within 10 points almost the entire match. Blue had a slight 50-point lead in the very beginning from getting those wobble goals into position super fast, but as soon as Red matched it, they've been playing consistently with each other.
Yep, still within just one single deposit.
Yeah. Codster playing very well for himself here, almost breaking 200 with 40 seconds left. He needs these extra points to try and rank above Andrew. Though at this point you have to be wondering if Andrew and Codster might be on an alliance together with each other, and it might not even matter.
Yeah, Codster's doing extremely well. We also have Joe's with 167 points currently. Oh, and Logan with 188. They're doing very well. However, it seems like Blue has a slight advantage going in. We'll see.
Red slightly ahead, and wow, ended up being 2 points, making the difference here for the Red Alliance. Codster's 251, not enough to take the win.
That's brutal to have dominated MVP for so much of the match and yet just to lose by 2 points.
2 points. We can see that Red put up one more ring, 2 more rings than the Blue Alliance. Yeah.
Yeah, the match pretty close the entire time. It's kind of cool because you can see on the graph where certain robots were depositing and periods of collecting, which is really interesting.
Okay, I have an update for you from the Franklin division. It looks like Jeff just played on the Franklin division, and he was so successful that it looks like we have a lead change. Jeff now at the top of the rankings for the Franklin division. Definitely very interesting. Let's hear them discuss it here at the Franklin division to see what they have to say.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of Jake, here he is.
Yeah.
For qualification match number 13. We're going to see Jake and Greg on the Red Alliance, Dakota and Lily on the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, it looks like we missed the discussion about that lead change, but we do have Jake, who has been performing very well. He's down a little bit right now, but we'll see if he's going to be able to recover in this match.
All right, and let's get this underway. We got the far goal active. Jake and Greg going for some really fast pushes along with Dakota. Lily shooting high over the goal. Everybody going for their shots. Everybody going for their power shots. Greg gets a couple misses. Jake, it looks like, has all 3 of those wobbles for Red. not walls, power shots. And everybody's going to look to park on the line, and there we go. 157, 118. Really big auto for red. Gonna help him tremendously. Jake going for his first cycle really fast. Dakota and Lily turning around looking for some shots up there. Bunch of hits. Picking up in the center of the field. Dakota getting back really fast. Just getting these super fast cycles. That's what you want to see in this game. Picking up... Oh, is that a pin circle coming out? Huh. I haven't seen one of those yet. That looked like a pin circle to me. Anyway, we got Greg and Lily bumping each other a little bit in the field. Maybe getting a bump on Jake, but it looks like Jake is going to miss a couple of those shots, along with Greg. Lily hits 3 out of 3, as Dakota's picking up again. Dumping out any extra rings that might be caught there. But red is having a big advantage right now. It looks like Lily is shot in front of the line a couple times. It's certainly not helping out blue right now. Whereas Jake and Greg looking super consistent, getting in some really fast cycles. We got Dakota shooting, we got everybody shooting, Lily missing a couple, unfortunately. And everybody's picking up here in the center. We got everybody taking cycles together. Dakota gets bumped, but hits a wobble. That's fortunate for him. Gets all 3. All 3 blue wobbles are knocked down. Looks like all 3 reds might be as well. Greg and Jake just kind of wandering around the field at this point, looking for any last rings to score. And there's a last cycle right at the buzzer. 484 from red. Both robots breaking 200.
Very impressive.
Let's take a look at the match breakdown. We got 53 rings from red. That's a lot. And just really good consistent scoring. Unfortunately, you got the negative 90 for blue. That is a huge penalty.
So we had 2 really high scoring robots here, Jake and Dakota. Dakota just behind Jake, but unfortunately not able to pull off that because of the... it looks like Lily was not able to match Greg's scoring ability right there. I wanted to show you what we just missed on Edison Division. We had Andrew and Anthony, 2 very high scorers near the top of the leaderboard on the Edison Division. They were both competing on the same alliance here on the Red Alliance, scoring 572. Definitely incredibly impressive. Let's listen to what they are saying about this match.
16. Take a quick glance at our rankings here. Andrew holding that spot. He is not going to let that go. Top 3 spots are all 4 and 1 here. Even more surprising is the number 5 spot is Jose. Just talking about earlier, he's had some unlucky matchups, but he's not doing bad. He's 1 and 4, but he's 5th place. The next player that is 1 and 4 is High Flyers in the number 8 spot.
Yep. And if I were one of these, if I were someone like Jose, who's ranked that low, yet with this many, or with this many points, I'd be really considering what I can demonstrate during the match to prove being worthy of a good alliance.
Yeah, definitely. Alliance selections are going to be interesting. Just a quick rundown of how that's going to work. When alliance selections comes, we are going to all be in a voice call together. We are going to unmute whoever is making their pick, and they will make their pick in the voice chat. We ask that you please keep things graciously professional. We are live. Anything that staff determines to be inappropriate.
Okay, Franklin Division, we're going to head over to match 14 right now. It should be an incredibly high-scoring match we have Jeff and Jake both on that same blue alliance. They are the top 2 of the Franklin Division rankings right now. I don't want to miss this match. We also have C, who is no slouch themselves, and they're going to be joined with Lily for qualification match 14 on the Franklin Division.
That's only 21 points, so you can see the rankings shake up, but right now it's 1, 2, and 3 all spawned into the field. Super crazy.
Yeah, definitely. So we're just waiting on the last red robot to join the field.
Alright.
Take a quick look, make sure that they're in. Yep, Lily is in the Red Alliance voice chat. So should be connecting momentarily.
Yep. So yeah, what do you think's gonna happen with the wobbles in auto? That's been really an interesting thing to see so far. We got a bunch of people going for the pickups. We got a bunch of people just doing the pushes. What do you think is more effective there, Brennan?
I think it's got to be the pickups, to be honest, for most cases. Maybe the third one, like the one in the corner where you can kind of just push it, is easier to just push. But for the most part, it gives you a little bit more control if you have the skill and the speed to be able to pick it up with your arm on your robot. And we've seen our #1 seed player, Jake, do that a lot. So I think that's a good indicator of the kind of gameplay that we're likely to see be super successful.
Yeah, I agree. And also getting a lot of practice on the pickups in auto on those wobbles can actually get you practice for if you want to try the end game wobble. Because, I mean, I'd love to see that at some point, but I don't know if anybody has enough practice actually with pickups to want to go for it at this point.
Yeah, so it looks like Lily is in the field. We're just going to make sure that she gets all set up and is able to be ready for this match.
Yeah, so this match should be starting quite soon. Still haven't seen Lily move on the field yet.
Yeah, also hasn't talked in chat, so I'm just going to we'll cut to rankings just real quick while we confirm that everybody is ready to play.
Yep, as you can see, Jake sitting in that #1 captain spot. At this point, you're just looking to impress him. I mean, somebody could pull up over him, but he's just put up such a lead there. So he's the person to beat right now.
Yeah, definitely. What do you think about the 3 or 2, 3, 4, even 5 actually? Greg very close to to 4th position.
Yeah, and I think the 2, 3, 4, 5 is interesting, especially given like when you compare win-loss, because everybody in that range, aside from C and Jeff at 2 and 2, has a different number of wins and losses. So wins and losses does not necessarily mean higher scores.
Yeah, definitely. Jules 4-0, and the 2-2 players right beside him, up and below, also scoring very well. So
yeah, I'm surprised Wing Student is bottom, because his last game he was phenomenal. So it'll be interesting to see if he can move up a little bit.
yeah, and he's definitely not too far behind some of the other players on the field, in the field too.
You could also see that potentially one of the players above are having, playing with slightly stronger partners potentially, or just having better luck sometimes can definitely make a big difference.
Yeah, agreed. What's really interesting is Ben sitting at 0-4, and he's got 1,085 contribution. He's sitting right below Dakota, and I mean, he's making the 0-4 record work. He's putting in a lot of points. Looks like he's just had some tough matchups so far, but again, wins loss doesn't matter here. We don't count it.
Yeah, so we're still waiting on Lily. She disconnected from the server, and then we had another person accidentally join, so we're still just trying to confirm. She is in the voice chat, so maybe we'll go and check in with her, make sure that everything is okay.
Alright. I'm gonna go head over there now and see what's up.
Sounds good. We'll just
Okay, just an update. There is a little bit of a lull on both our Franklin and Edison division fields. We are waiting for some people to connect, I believe, on both fields. It's a very similar situation, but we do want to watch that Franklin match over here. It is favored for the Jake and Jeff alliance, them being 1 and 2, to win. C is ranked 3rd on the opposing alliance, as well as Lily. But it should still be a very interesting match to watch, because we might see some very high scoring from that Jake and Jeff alliance, and don't count C and Lily out either. They might also put up a pretty respectable score as well.
I think last year's competition, I think there might have been a couple in the entire tournament. So the new infrastructure definitely is working better, and they're definitely improving the disconnection problem.
Yeah, that's definitely a ongoing issue for both FTC and FRC teams, just making sure that the robots can stay connected, because that's definitely one of the most frustrating issues that you can have for sure, is to be in an important match and then have a disconnection problem where either you or a partner is having issues.
We're going to cut over to Edison, which has a live match right now, and then we're going to go back to Edison for when that match is going to start.
Towards the last 15 seconds here. Blue misses all their shots. Andrew, narrow misses. That's going to hurt a lot, considering they are worth double in autonomous.
Yeah, not a great performance from Andrew there, especially as the #1 ranked player, I believe. We expect to see a little more than 47 points. They did get both wobble goals in. Yeah, they are #1 ranks. And that bad start could really hurt them in the long run.
Yeah, but now we see Codster collecting and going for shots. He's been strong and definitely carrying the Red Alliance. They're making good progress.
Yeah, the Red Alliance is doing pretty well at not only maintaining that lead, but making it almost unachievable for the Blue Alliance to catch up.
The match on Franklin is just beginning now, so let's cut over to that.
Quick pickup from Jake. Really impressive. And looks like C might have gotten blocked by Lily there, who doesn't get her aiming quite in yet. Got Blue putting up a pretty strong auto so far. They're at 113.
Ooh, accidentally scored for Blue there, C. And a jam. This is just not going so super well for him.
No, this is all going against Red. Another missed shot coming out.
You gotta say, full credits to Blue, the #1 and 2 seed, looking very dominant, had a great autonomous period. We'll see if they can close it out cleanly here.
Taking their first few cycles pretty quickly. Shooting again. Looks like they've pretty much dedicated zones in the field. So Jeff shooting from the right, Jake shooting from the left. I think that's pretty smart there. Personally, I would have done it the other way around, so it was easier to say, but, you know, they don't necessarily think of those things.
Yeah, good thing to notice too is Lily, despite having not the best autonomous mode, has kind of started to hit her stride. She's lining up very quickly for these shots, getting lined up again, and she's going to get 2 into the upper high goal there. So good points for Red Alliance.
Yeah, Red really trying to come back in this. Blue just putting up so many points. Jake already at 170 with just under a minute left to go. Putting in even another cycle. C and Lily just a bit slower, but they're still putting in those points. It's like a couple of those rings, but my god, Jeff just flipped in the middle of the field, but he resets. Only a couple seconds lost there. But every second and every point counts on these leaderboards.
Looks like the pegs are active as we have the end game period. All of them knocked over for blue. Now C's going to try and do the same thing for the Red Alliance. C settles his hopper, gets 1, going for another. And for the final shot, with 8 seconds, he has knocked over all 3 pegs.
Yeah, it was
pretty solid
really
points
strong peg shooting from C.
And 2
strong
extra shots too at the end.
Yeah.
299 from Jake.
The final score, 454 in favor of that Blue Alliance to 305 in the Red Alliance. Let's head over to Edison Division, where we do have a match with Jose, Wes, Anthony, and Wix underway right now.
Yeah, Anthony is a very strong FRC player. We saw a bit of a strong start this morning while everyone was kind of getting used to perhaps what are the metas of this brand new game. And there he is missing another 3. He can't be missing those shots, and you can see that in his contributions right on par with Wes.
We have Jose and Delta seem to be stuck or in a face-off for defense.
Yeah.
Wes missing a couple shots. That's going to hurt the Red Alliance.
Most definitely, yeah. And Red, they're really struggling to close the gap a little bit. Anthony's gotten into his game a little bit. He's made all his shots from the past few cycles. He's putting up almost the same score as Delta now. Delta, taking a while to shoot, resets their position for the 2nd time in a row, bumping Anthony, but he does get all the shots off and into the goal. We're in the end game. Going for those pegs there. Anthony misses 2 of those shots, but it seems to be fine. Going to pick up the wobble goal. They're notoriously difficult to grab with this robot. It is certainly a feat to be able to pick it up in its current state.
They are, and sometimes you can get it just right away, and so you never really know how much time you have to allot for them.
Yeah. As you can see there, Anthony took almost all of 20 seconds. He did end up getting it very, very last second there. And they do take the match.
Yep, we see a bit of an autonomous lead for Red, but then Blue consistently taking away that and scoring more in teleop.
I'm going to swap over to Franklin, where we have a match underway.
We're Red, but Dakota rushing the blue loading station. And alright, and we got Red putting up their first cycle as Stegs comes back to shoot, along with Robotic Racers. Dakota and Ben putting up simultaneous scoring, hits all 6 of those rings. Huge points. Stegs hitting more clean shots there, along with Ben. And Dakota again bumping Stegs a little bit, trying to slow him down maybe in the middle of the field there. More shots coming out from Stegs. Looks like the rings are going a bit more toward the blue side there, so Red is having to try and come over and invade blue's space a little bit. A couple misses from Stegs, unfortunately. But Red is certainly staying ahead, shooting fast cycles. Ben hitting a couple more. Stegs shooting his. Robotic Racer's looking to pick up a ring right up against the wall. That's a tough spot. But now Blue is shooting their rings off. Bit of interesting movement over on the Blue, with Robotic Racers only getting one shot off.
See, Dakota pushed both those wobble goals into the corner. Was getting a little bit irritated potentially with the positioning, because it's a little bit hard to line up when it's on the line.
Yeah. Now we're in endgame. We can see those pegs all getting knocked down by Ben. That was fast, accurate shooting there.
Yeah, still two more for the Blue to do. But Red looking like a really good scorer coming up. Possibly breaking 400.
The pegs down, they can just put in those rings in that upper goal. And yeah, the shots do not come out in time for Red, so they're ending up getting 418, which is still a very strong score. Dakota getting a 206, Ben getting a 194, almost breaking 200. And Stegs on the Blue actually getting the most points this match with a 209, beating out Dakota by one shot. But Red's just getting that consistency of Ben and Dakota. Lots of points for both of them.
It's really, you got to give Blue telly up. They just dominated that score, but they just couldn't pull it together during Addo. I mean, they didn't do their wobble goals, or maybe just one, if I recall. So that was a big loss for them.
Yeah, those wobble goals are really important. You get a lot of points from pushing those wobbles and pegs. It's what you got to do in auto.
Yeah, they definitely are one of the more challenging aspects of this game as well. The fact that when they fall over, they're very difficult to deal with. They roll kind of all over the place, and it's hard to control them. So that's kind of one of the advantages of players that can kind of grab it using the arm, so that they can keep them upright and kind of control them a little bit better. But sometimes that's messed up, or it's just not possible.
Now, why do you think Ben shoots those power shots from all the way far in the back? Why do you think he doesn't move up to have a better shot at it?
What my guess would be is like getting consistency on those shots, and having the wall right behind him could give him like better alignment there, or he could be hoping from a bounce back, because I've seen C try to go for those where you just hit it low and it bounces back onto the field, but that's a really advanced strategy, and you got to know this game inside and out.
That would explain it. I don't know whether it's a good trade-off for the possibility of it happening versus the probability of missing, going up.
Yeah, that's the one thing you got to worry about there for sure.
The other thing that might be of note too is it is somewhat hard to hit the power shots with the standard preset angle that the robot defaults to. So you may have to manually adjust the angle to hit the power shots reliably. The preset is very good for the high goal, but it can be a little bit hard to hit the pegs. So maybe shooting far back, you get it on the way downward, like of the arc of the ring, so you don't have to maybe do as much adjusting. That's another potential positive as well.
Yeah, true.
But looking at the next match we have in store for you is going to be match number 16. It's going to be Angelica and Genome versus Wing Student and Greg. So a lot of the newer players featured in this matchup. So going to see how they can perform when facing off against each other.
So Wing Student again is going against Genome, the two new members. Last time we saw Wing Student take it like 140 to Genome's 50 something because of some missed scores. So it'll be interesting to see if Genome can now take Wing Student down.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we're going to get started here.
All right. And you see the far goal active for those wobbles. Greg getting a really fast push, whereas Genome going for the grab. Angelica looking to shoot those shots, and I don't think Red has hit their power shots yet. They're going to need to go for that if they want to high scoring auto. It's like Genome going for
Genome,
them.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2,
just
3.
in time.
Really good shooting. And can they get parked on the line? And it looks like they do. 125 for the blue, 107 now for the
Ooh.
red. Oh,
Wing Student, I think, shot over the line, and that's going to be a negative 30.
did. So now red is starting to take the lead of this match. Greg putting up 80 points though so far. That's pretty good. But he's taking another cycle, shooting those off. Winged Student looking to line up. And Genome is shooting. Angelica just gotta make sure they don't shoot over the line.
I think she does have a jam, so it
Yeah.
is a little bit of a struggle to get that shot off.
Yeah, if you don't know how to clear jams, that can be really rough. For anybody who doesn't know, who could be watching, competitor, or just somebody who's interested, if you press shoot and reverse at the same time, it actually flips your hopper backwards, which can clear lots of jams. But there we go. Angelica finally getting off those shots, and keeping red ahead in this match. Greg going for a few shots, misses one, and so is Genome. Genome really trying very hard to keep up with Greg. As Greg again misses one shot out of the three. And they are tied at 30 seconds. Going into endgame, they are tied. Winged Student going for the pegs but misses them. Greg going for the shots. Genome going for those pegs. Hits one, hits two.
Yeah, one more for the Red Alliance, 3.
And hits that third one. Blue going for their pegs as well.
Look at that.
With Angelica making shots on the upper goal. Can they get any more scoring before this match ends? Genome shoots off the field. Blues hit the barrier, and that's how they're going to end 278 to 290. Blue just barely pulling that out of Red's grasp. And taking that win, even though it is the points that count, remember?
Well, so last time it was roughly 150 to roughly 50 in favor of Wings Student. Now it's the reverse, 171 versus 87 for Genome.
Yeah.
Genome definitely showed Wings Student who the real boss is this round.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he played super well. He played really consistently, almost kept up with Greg there, which is impressive. Greg is up near the top right now, I believe. But yeah, Blue just getting in a few more rings, getting in a bit more in auto, a bit more in teleop. However, they did have those penalty negative 30, which kept them below 300, which is a bit disappointing, but you know, I think they definitely got those two definitely have a lot more in the tank, and I think both these alliances could. I mean, all four of these robots are looking pretty good at this point, a lot better than they have been.
Okay, we're going to head over to match number 21 on the Edison division, where we're going to have Codster and Logan on blue, Javon and Wes on red. Let's head over to this match now just a little bit before we begin. Codster and Logan, very strong FRC sim players. So is Javon. Wes stays more to the FTC side of the sim. Let's see how they compete today.
Not having much success. Wes and Javon made very quick work of those wobble goals, perfectly placed in that second area there. But we do have a bit of a Blue Alliance lead. Trying to, as long as those wobble goals can stay in, and they do, that's going to really help them, leading by over 50 points now. And it seems like red does seem to be coming back a little bit, but they're still a couple cycles behind. So we'll see if they can outscore Codster. I personally don't think they'll be able to. We see the points difference has been staying mostly constant. Little to no defense being played yet.
There's a bump from Javon, makes Kodster miss only one shot. He was really quick to recover from it. And Logan not doing too bad either. He's matching Kodster's contribution for the time being. We did see a ring go wild there. Wes struggling a little bit, tipping over his robot.
Yep, and we see Wes gets 3 in. That'll be definitely needed for if Red wants a chance at this match. But still, we see Kodster and Logan just continuously scoring almost evenly.
And Red's put in a really tough spot because they do need the points to actually catch up. But if they keep scoring, that leaves Kodster and Logan to do whatever they want, and that's how they're able to really take off with the score.
Absolutely. If it might be a strategy, if Wes was perfectly able to block Kodster or Logan, it would be worth the points, but still questionable because it's never definite that you can completely block them. And we do have a Blue Alliance win, although respectable.
A Blue Alliance victory there. Kodster and Logan performing very well. Javon, Wes, admirable effort there. They still did pretty good. Let's head over to Franklin, where we have another match underway at the moment. We've got Jeff and Jules
with
on red,
104
Dakota and Wing
in
Student on blue.
auto.
Yeah, definitely very strong. And, Blue Alliance not doing too badly either. They got both wobble goals as well. But just the shooting accuracy a little bit better from that Red Alliance.
We could be seeing a high-scoring match from the Red Alliance if they play this teleop right. More shots coming in. Really good accuracy from both alliances, it looks like. And just really fast cycles coming out from Red. Jeff coming in to shoot, gets bumped, but it doesn't even matter. Dakota looking really aggressive, playing a bit of defense, which is interesting.
Yeah, we'll see if Red Alliance can rival some of the high scores that we've seen.
Oh,
we actually
no.
see a flip there from Wing Student.
Flipped.
But I'm
And
not
he
sure that he
hasn't
knows
reset
how to
yet.
reset. Oh, there we go. Dakota probably talking in voice, trying to... Oh, unfortunate bump there, though, but probably talking in voice, trying to let the players know how to reset.
Yep. Jules already breaking 200. It's not even in the end game yet.
Yeah, definitely could be
Putting
a
up
very
more
respectable
shots.
score coming up here. Wing
That
Student
is
resets
another
again.
reset from Wing Student.
Looks like there might have been a jam causing that issue. One more peg to score for Red Alliance Blue with all the work to do when it comes to the power shots. Gonna get one. Still looking for that final one. Jeff's gonna knock it down for 440 points.
Both
Jeff trying
Red
to get a jam
above
undone.
200.
And
Jules just broke 250. Is that
bang,
cheesy
another
Food's
shot
number?
at the end. 470.
Victory spins.
I think that might be the highest score of the day in Franklin.
That's insane. Red just putting up
second
so
highest.
many points.
Looks like 484 was
right.
done before. And a 478, actually.
Okay, so very high score from Jeff and Jules on the Franklin division. Let's head over to the Edison division now for another match.
Up, making almost every single one of their shots.
Yeah, and Andrew here, he's playing a great game, but his alliance partner, unfortunately, is just not doing much for him right there. They're still able to hold the lead a little bit. Jose's really trying to get those points in and keep up with Andrew, but we've seen such high scores from Andrew. We've seen that before this competition, single player scores, he's put up consistently some of the highest scores.
Yeah, and will definitely need that if they're to take the victory. With Dorsal only at 5 points, I think something might be going on, but now they seem to be scoring, so that'll definitely help out. Red still maintaining this lead. Andrew's doing a great job of collecting and scoring and making every single shot. That consistency is just amazing from him.
Yeah, I think that's really like the big key to this game that we've seen so far is being consistent with what you're doing. If you can hit the pegs, 2 out of 3 times compared to hitting the peg, 90% of the time, that's when you're really gonna see the big score differences come in. And that's how we're seeing Andrew put up 254 points by himself. Not much help from his alliance partner, but he's able to do so well for himself.
Yeah, very well played by Andrew. That's definitely going to be a telling match for alliance selection. That just he shows that you can have like redundancy if one of them were to fail.
Most definitely there, and even if he's not the number 1 spot to be picking, which I personally think he's going to end this competition as one of the top players. If he doesn't, he shows whoever is in that number 1 spot, hey, you need me on your alliance to succeed and get to the Einstein's equivalent of STC, which is going to be on the Spotlight stream later today on First Updates Now.
Yep, that was definitely exactly the game Andrew wanted to have.
Okay. I am going to do a quick look at the rankings of both divisions right now. It looks like on Franklin, Jeff, Jake, Jules, Dakota, and C make up the top 5. Jeff is leading by a pretty healthy margin, almost 200 ranking points there in front of Jake. And it does look like everyone has a pretty stable lead. There's some big gaps over there in the top 3. It'll probably take multiple matches of building up those points if there's going to be a lead change in that top 3 pretty soon. Over on the Edison division, we've got Andrew, Anthony, Codster, Mike, Javon making up your top 5. It's a little bit closer. It's a lot closer, actually. Andrew is only leading by about 22 points right there. So that could definitely... 22 points is a margin that you can definitely close with a single match. So Andrew's still going to be... and he's going to need to be at the top of his game for the rest of the competition if he wants to maintain that number 1 rank there. Or Anthony might catch up. Same with Codster. Codster's within 50 points of that number 1 spot, so he could even leapfrog Anthony and Andrew to go straight to number 1. A little bit more of a safety between Mike and Javon over there. Javon being about 500 down from that number 1 spot, so that would take, again, multiple matches of performing really well before that lead could change instantly over there. We are going to go check out another match in just a minute. We are a little bit over halfway through our qualification matches in both divisions. It is around 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 hour from now, that we should be wrapping up our final qualification matches of the day in both divisions. We're going to have a 15-minute break after the qualifications end before we start our alliance selection. Then, that alliance selection, we're going to have 4 alliances, standard FTC style. There should be 2 players on each alliance, and those alliances are going to compete against each other in knockout elimination playoffs. Then we are going to afterwards have the number 1 alliance from each division, whichever one comes out of that tournament, that elimination tournament number 1, will go to the Einstein finals. We'll have the winners of both divisions go to the Einstein finals. They will face off best of 3 tournament to determine the overall winner. I'm very excited for that. That'll be right here on First Updates now. We're going to cut over to the Franklin division. We're going to have, it looks like we're going to have C and Ben on that Blue Alliance, Genome and Stegs over on that Red Alliance. I'm not sure if they're ready yet, but we're going to cut over so we can hear their audio. Match number 19 on the Franklin division starting soon.
We'll get this one started right away.
All right, and we are go. C looking for the pickup and gets it pretty quickly. That was good. Ben going for those far shots like he likes to do. I don't know if he hit all those, but he got all of the bounce backs, which if he hit them is great for blue.
Bit of miscommunication there. Genome getting a little bumped by Stegs. Gonna get a few shots in that upper goal.
Sorry, blue looking like they're having a huge auto right now. But Ben doesn't get back to park trying to push that wobble goal. Still up by about 50 points right now. Stegs getting bumped by Ben. Still has his arm out. And C looking for some early shots. There we go. Along with Stegs. Genome lining up right with Ben. And they hit all of their shots. Really good accuracy so far in this match.
Yeah, 100%. Genome and Stegs definitely not an alliance to be slept on here.
Not at all.
They've both had very strong matches when they're on. But unfortunately, a jam there for Stegs is going to cause him to have to eject those out the back. But good thing Genome is on the back end to try and pick those up right away. Trying to minimize lost time for the Red Alliance.
Yeah, so both the Blue Alliance players are playing pretty well so far. They're both above 125 and are going to break 150 soon, I'd imagine, as we get under a minute. As both the Red Alliance players both break 100. Blue looks like they're ahead by about 15 points, and Brennan, I can no longer see the stream.
Oh. We will have that. There we go.
All right, and I can commentate again. We're in the last 30 seconds now. Blue really pulling ahead in this one. Now they're hitting their pegs. Looks like they might have just gotten all three of those, just boom, 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 back to back. Now Blue's got a wobble sitting right next to the line. If they give that a little bump, they could score it. I don't know if they'll try that though. And red going for their last cycles, blue going for the last cycles. Shots coming out. And red, that's a really...
Okay, match number 19 wrapping up right there on the Franklin division. Let's head over to the Edison division where we have another match that just began. We've got Wix, High Flyers, Wes, Soccer Legend.
60 points already. And Red Alliance does take it for the autonomous period, although definitely not something that the Blue Alliance can take back. And High Flyers missing all of their shots there. And we definitely see some defense from High Flyers that seems to be not fully effective at stopping their shots, but definitely delayed them a bit. However, you always have to ask yourself that if you're just delaying them and you're sacrificing your own time, it's only a break even. Red Alliance continues to take this lead with Delta Wix, just continues to score with High Flyers playing defense. It definitely seems to be much more effective now, a lot more shots blocked. And we see a lot of the rings are scattered about the field. That's going to help collecting. Often we'll see the rings get stuck towards the top of the field, in which a lot of blocking and defense can be done. As we're seeing with High Flyers and Soccer Legend, he's in a very tough spot right now. I don't think blue is still in this game. Red just with the defense, although they don't have a very high score, but especially High Flyers have been playing some very effective defense we've seen.
Yeah, this match isn't going to do much for their rankings, but it's certainly going to say a lot to anyone that's spectating and taking notes on who they want on their alliance when we get to playoffs pretty soon. 10 qualification matches left. We're seeing rankings.
Okay, so that wraps up match 23 in the Edison division. We're going to be on match 20 in the Franklin division in a minute, and I'm going to transition to that. We have Jake and Stegs that are competing against each other over here. Should be very interesting to watch.
Jake almost getting a full push, but blue getting both their wobbles in very quickly and immediately going to pegs as Jeff. And he's going to need to pick up another one to hit that third peg that he missed.
Angelica looks a little stuck.
Ooh.
She's going to reset, going to place that wobble goal in. Jake tries to bump that wobble goal in, but the second one not quite there. He's going to get the park, and blue's going to be ahead. 133 to 107 now.
Yeah, relatively strong auto for blue. Now they're starting to get their cycles in. They're going fast. Blue seems to be splitting up their cycles very well between Jeff and Stegs. Angelica hitting a few good shots, whereas Jake picks up and goes to shoot. Shoots all three of those with Jeff and Stegs also putting up those points. Jeff might have a bit of a jam, but he looks like he clears it. Bumps Angelica a little bit, who still scores her shots. Jake moving back to score. Jeff looks like he might have missed one of those shots, but now he's moving back with Stegs. 6 shots up, only 4 go in. 2 of them actually hit each other midair, it looks like. Jake putting in a cycle. Stegs, Jeff, Angelica. Stegs just flipped himself. Oh no, he resets, but that's still going to cost him a couple seconds. They are very close in this match. Everybody's picking up, everybody's scrambling for any rings that they could have left, but it looks like they're all gathered on that blue side of the field. Really rough for red to get any of those rings. Now they're getting that feedback loop going, as you know from FRC.
Yeah, all pegs, all power shots done for the Blue Alliance. Jake gonna knock down all 3 in a row.
Fast red power shots. But it looks like it might not be enough to carry him over blue. They're putting in their last cycles, but blue has a big score right now. 448. 454 now, as red just breaks 400 on the buzzer.
I think Jeff might have actually gotten a 30-point penalty at the very end too, potentially. I'm not 100% sure. Let's take a quick look at the breakdown. No, he actually didn't.
No,
I was just imagining things, I guess. But I think this might be the first match where we've had both alliances break 400.
Yeah, that's crazy. This is massive scoring over here. And yeah, really impressive contributions from everybody. And no penalties. We like to see it, but
big scoring, both alliances crossing 400 there in Franklin. Let's head over to Edison, where we have a match that's just starting. We've got Codster and Fred on red. We've got Anthony and Soccer Legend on blue.
Although it does take a little longer to grab, it's much less precarious than pushing it. And we see Soccer Legend missing both their shots. Red Alliance seems to have a lead of 50 points right now. We'll see if that will hold. Not too much defense being played yet. Still pretty clean. Just trying to get their scores up. We see Anthony with 80, and Codster and Big Boy Fred both with 120 points. That's very impressive so far. Anthony misses a couple shots. Not sure what happened there. And as we can see on the graph on the right, which shows the score difference over the match, that it has been continuously growing in Red's favor. Red keeping up that lead. And almost 10 seconds to end game. We'll see if anyone goes for their wobble goals. But what we've seen is a lot of teams just decide to keep focusing on the power shots because they're so precarious. But we do see Anthony grabbing a wobble goal. He's very good at handling them with the grabber and lining it up. Red at 400 and 500s. Now going into the last 10 seconds of endgame, that is a very decent score on our division so far. And that does go to Red. Codster contributing almost 300 points. That's very impressive. And also Big Boy Fred, let's not forget about him. He's also contributed 185. That's very decent considering the defense.
Okay, we have 1 minute left in match 21 on the Franklin division. Let's head over to that and check out what's going on there.
Yeah, looks like it. Got Dakota still putting up more shots. Genome with a good cycle there as Angelica lines up. And yeah, Lily is back in action, picking up those the rings. Dakota putting up another cycle, keeping Red ahead. Even with Lily disconnecting for some of that match, misses a shot, unfortunately. Just gotta get that accuracy a bit better there. Bumps Dakota a little bit. Now we're in the last 30 seconds. Can see teams going for those power shots. Can see teams going for those wobbles if they want to. And Genome going for power shots. Looks like he's got 2 of the 3.
Dakota 2 for
Going
3
for
as
that
well.
third.
He's got 7 seconds to make that final shot. Only 1 ring in his hopper, and he's going to make it.
And he gets it. Yep. Genome with a few missed shots at the end, and Dakota shooting after the time is up. But it is looks like 221 for the red, 197 for the blue. Lily looks like it's very possible that she had issues with controlling the robot that match. But Dakota putting up a 203 in that match. Super impressive contribution, and ends up putting red over blue by just a bit. Blue, however, did get the minus 30 from 1 penalty.
Yeah, blue would have actually scored more than red.
They would have.
If that penalty hadn't occurred.
Yeah, because they both got 20 rings.
They tied it Telly-up.
Tied Telly-up, tied endgame. Blue beat him in auto, and then just had that penalty, which that's never what you want to see. Those 30-point penalties are super rough for whenever it happens, whoever it happens to.
Yeah, definitely. Here looking at match number 22.
Okay, before we begin this next match on Franklin, I want to take a quick look at the rankings of both divisions. We're going to keep an eye open on the Franklin field, but Franklin, we have Jeff, Jake, Stag making up your top 3 over here, and Jeff has a pretty sizable lead there, almost 300 points it looks like, 2,900 to 2,600 in those ranking points. Codster has overtaken Andrew since the last time that we took a look at these rankings, both at the same time. Codster, again, a decent lead, not as big as Jeff's lead, but still gonna have to be some big moves. Andrew actually falling again. He's now in 4th place, but it looks like Franklin is ready to begin, so let's head over to the Franklin field again.
Greg, very smooth pickup. Going for that second wobble
Robotic
goal.
Racer's not as smooth, but it looks like he might be able to grab it.
Ooh, the second one just not quite fully in. We'll see if Wing Student can bump that one in a little bit. Or maybe Greg will be able to get that a little bit in. But so far, pretty good autonomous here from the Red Alliance. Ooh, Greg knocking his own out with 1 second left. They're both going to park. And Red is going to have the lead.
Take that auto. C and Winged Student currently tied at 62 contribution, but Greg has the 50 over Robotic Racer's 17. Fortunately, putting them ahead. Going for shots are both of the teams, and Greg and Winged Student both are tied at 68 right now for contributions. Really even alliance, it looks like. All right, so everybody's picking up power cells, not power cells.
Power cells.
Picking up donuts of doom. The Reds getting some shots off. Robotic Racers looks like they might be lining up there, just moving around a bit wildly. Gets those shots off, and they all hit.
Wing Student accidentally scoring for the Blue Alliance and missing a few for the Red. Not what he wanted to see, but he's going to get in position again.
Blues, they're ahead by 4. And Wing Student is shooting off a couple more. Hits one of them. Greg looking to shoot along with the Robotic Racers in C. One falls out the back of Robotic Racers, but they can pick it up immediately and shoot it right back in.
Some missed shots from Wing Student.
It's not what you want to see there.
Not taking the time to get fully lined up, but he's going to go for the pegs now. Power shots, 1, 2. Going for the third. Not quite 3 in a row.
Oh, not quite.
He's going to pick up another one, go again. Another miss, unfortunately, but still 15 seconds on the board to
Red is
get that off.
Ahead in the score, but
and there we
Blue
go.
Putting a bunch of shots. Bump, though. Blues ahead by a little bit, but Red, if they get off these last cycles, could pull ahead, but Blues just sealing the deal with those last few shots. C getting a 248 in that match, putting up a huge contribution. Whereas the Red looked a little bit more balanced, with Greg getting a few more points than Wing Student does. But Blue looking really good. 47 rings, 274 in teleop, and no penalties for everybody, which is great.
Yeah,
don't want to see any penalties.
Interesting that Blue lost the autonomous period by almost 50 points, but came back really strong in the teleop period. Just showing how much, you can really come back if you have a really good coordinated contribution of both the Alliance members kind of weaving in and out and not bumping into each other.
Oh yeah, for sure. Alright, so that was match 22. Do we want to take a look at match 23 coming up?
Yes, we will have that right here.
Alright. Let's see, we got Jake and Ben spawning in on the right side. Dakota and Jules spawning in on the blue.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I think pretty evenly matched up. Jake actually sitting in 3rd right now, but of course just barely behind C, being down a match. Ben is mid-pack, and Jules is sitting in 6th.
Yeah, but all these players have been like really impressing me so far. I feel like Ben is somebody you should for sure not sleep on. Might not be in the top couple in the rankings, but he's been putting up really good contributions.
Yeah, also interesting to see Jules opting for the horse head thing. He has recently put that on, I think. I don't think it was on before, so maybe that will help him get a very good score in this matchup as we're going to get started.
And we got the far one active, Dakota, another wild shove along with Jake. And immediately going for those far shots is Ben. Looks like he might have hit those all. And so does Dakota, looks like.
Yeah, Dakota, I think, still has one more in the middle,
one,
which he does
and he
knock
gets it.
down. Jules gonna knock those in. Gonna pick up
Red
one
going
more.
for a couple last shots if they can, and they get them, and they park,
Wow.
and that is really good autos on both sides. Ben breaking 110, Jules breaking 10, or Ben getting 110, Jules getting 104. Really good match so far. Ben, the first to get off his shots, along with Jules and Jake now. Dakota shooting a few from the side. And Red immediately back with another cycle. Played really fast gameplay so far. But it looks like Blue might be getting just a bit of an edge right now as Jake misses 3 shots. Looks like Jules and Dakota are really like rationing off the field quite well with where they're shooting from. But Jules ends up resetting. Might have had a big jam in there. Blue set to break 300 before a minute is left. But as I say
Jules
that,
forgot
Jules
to-
did not reset
Yeah.
his shooter. So Red is starting to pull themselves back in this. Jake getting a bit caught between the two blue robots.
Dakota
As
a little
Jules
bit
goes
lost.
to shoot.
It
Yeah.
is gotten really close all of a sudden here.
Dakota shoots a low goal. Interesting shots there. And yeah, Blue was looking really good at the beginning, and now Red is just starting to bounce back with a bit of Blue struggles.
Endgame is now active. We're going to see if they can get their pegs. Jake's got a huge jam, though. He's trying to fire, but he's going to have to clear that out.
Oh,
Jules
yeah.
misses. Oh, that was across the line, though, and he's going to get a penalty for that, I think.
He's looking
Dakota
really
gonna
close.
finish it.
Red still only up by 1 point, but then they get in those shots.
Ooh, a scored for Red, too, there with the final shots, and it is going to be Red Alliance taking
408,
the higher score here.
Ben gets a 227 on Jake's Alliance. Jake only getting a 190 or 149. I mean, he's really what set that Red Alliance above Blue. Aside from the penalty, which, yeah, that's rough. Going for those pegs ends up getting a minus 30 penalty. Not what you want to see, especially when it means that big of a difference.
So the interesting part is, like, watching Red do auto, they got a perfect auto with one peg actually bouncing back. That's how they get 169, which means 175 from Blue means they got 2 bounce backs. So that bounce back strategy could make the difference in certainly in playoffs later. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that bounce back strategy has been really interesting. The few that have gone for it have been really finding a lot of success off that.
We're going to take a quick look at the rankings because we did just see a bunch of high-rated players play, and we do see that Jake has regained the #1 seed, but the gap, notice, is a little bit smaller between him and Jeff now.
Yeah, Jeff has really been climbing up those rankings, going after Jake.
You got to say the top really 2 are pretty far ahead, though, of the rest of the pack here.
They definitely are, but I mean, there's been a trend of like right at the top, and then the next few have been really close. I mean, there's only 100 points separating 3 and 5 right now.
Speaking of storylines, Genome and Wing Student, we've been talking about them a lot. They're actually tied in the first tiebreaker. So it comes down to the auto score, which Wing Student just has a little bit more on Genome right now on that. And they're actually tied on Endgame as well, both with 270. So
that's really interesting to see, especially with Wing Student being 3 and 4 and Genome only being 1 and 6. But you also look at up top, up farther up, where you see Angelica also at 1-6. But even ahead of Robotic Racers and still like 500 points down from Ben, but above a few that are 3 and 4 right now.
Yeah, definitely. Taking a look at match 24, still waiting on one Blue Alliance robot to join the field. That's going to be Winged Student and Angelica on the Blue Alliance versus Jules and C4678, two of the players that have been sitting around the top 4 of our rankings here at the Franklin division. Jules currently 4th, C currently 3rd. So definitely a strong alliance that could definitely potentially happen in the playoffs here. We'll have to see how they perform together.
With if Angelica wants to win this at this point in time, she might want to start considering throwing one herself or her partner as defense, because straight shooting, they're not going to be as smooth as Jules and C are. But with a bit of defense, that could even the odds.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I'm also expecting. I'm also hoping to see Angelica play defense.
A match is just beginning on the Edison field, so I'm going to cut over to the Edison field so we can catch that action. Here we go.
Let's start off the lines. Blue with a little bit of an early lead. Red is definitely looking to reclaim that, putting the wobble goals in the back there. And it looks like they are going to walk out of alliance selection maybe ahead, but Blue able to snag that at the last second, the few extra rings, the consistent parks.
Yeah, very strong autonomous seen from both alliances on this round. We see Big Boy Fred going for a couple shots, missing just one. Whereas we have Delta Wix, who seems to be a little bit more consistent here.
Yeah, these alliances, they're keeping it close. Only a 20-point lead separates them, and Blue has cycles to go. Soccer Legend struggling with his hopper a little bit. There is a way to dump the hopper. I believe it's like shoot and reverse intake, and it dumps it out so you can avoid jams, but he's decided to resort to defense, which isn't the worst idea. Jose just goes for the other lower goal and takes shots there. Very interesting.
Yeah, another strategy I've seen people who've gotten jammed is just to reset their position.
Yeah, I've seen that more and more. You usually don't see that in FRC or the other FTC games that we've played, but it's actually a semi-valid strategy in this game, surprisingly.
Yeah. Now we see Soccer Legends playing some defense, not being very effective though, because Jose and Big Boy Fred still seem to be able to score. .289 to 286. It's anyone's game in these last 10 seconds. Delta Wix has definitely been our MVP, carrying Red with a lead.
And Blue with those last shots, just trying to hit anything. They hit one peg, but it's not enough. Red walking away with this.
So close. And that's definitely the performance Delta Wix wanted at the end of these last couple of qualifiers, putting up very strong performance for Red. And now we have qualification match number 29 with Javon and Conster going for those wobble goal early scoring. Conster gets all the pegs with the Red Alliance just barely leading this autonomous mode. Logan misses just one of those autonomous shots. And going into telly up here, we actually see Blue came back a little bit at the end, but it's definitely anyone's game. Codster lining up to score here. He's been very consistent, but does have to dump out all his shots. That's going to hurt red. Blue making a slight lead now up to 176, with Andrew carrying most of those points. Oh, and we see Logan slightly glitched on one of those rings. That does happen occasionally. Codster not quite performing as well as he's hoped going into these last match, but they still have he still has 1 minute to take this back with a 20-point deficit. Oh, and very nice defense played by Codster, just abruptly caused Logan to miss all 3 of those shots. And let's not forget about Andrew at 213 points. He's been consistently contributing this match, definitely helping Blue Alliance take the lead up to 50-point lead. And as we're in endgame now, we do see Logan's attempting to go for one of the wobble goals. It's always tricky to get those.
And Logan makes it look easy. First attempt picking it up, he grabs it. He's looking for a second one, and he gets both of them off in about 15 seconds. Very well done, and I think this match is going to say a lot for the rankings here. You know, separating Andrew from Codster a little bit. Still definitely high-scoring match for Codster.
All right, Andrew and Logan on blue take that match. On Edison, let's head over to the Franklin division so we can see this match that has just begun and the autonomous period is about to end.
Shift out. Obi gets it in.
I think it worked.
Looks like it counted.
Yeah.
Yep. Puts red solidly ahead at this point. Angelica just going around bumping Jules a little bit. And now bumping C. You can see the defense coming into play, as I kind of hoped it would. Could be increasing the value captains could put on Angelica at this point, leaving Winged Student to shoot by himself, and giving Red a little bit of practice for counter defense, which I think is going to be really important in these in the playoffs. C might have a little bit of a jam there. Let's see if he can clear it as he picks up. But yeah, there's a really more aggressive match than we've been seeing for sure.
C getting some fadeaway shots though, as
Jules
resets.
Reset.
But good shooting under D for sure. That is definitely a challenging part of this game.
We have Winged Student scoring for Red in the mid goal, and he's been getting lots of chances from Angelica's defense, but just hasn't been capitalizing enough on them, as accuracy has been a little bit off. And C going to the other side, hitting those mid shots, because that's a very viable strategy when you're getting defended that hard. Just go to there, line up against the wall, hit those mids.
It's a little safer because you can't get really pushed forwards or backwards, and you have the right range where the forwards and backwards really matters in the of course you can't get pushed side to side, which Angelica gets a few blocks off, but no power shots done for the Red Alliance yet, I don't think, unless I'm
going to be
misseeing
low
that.
scoring this match.
Yeah.
Lots of defense coming in. This is going to affect rankings a ton, I think. Only 100 coming out from blue, 213 coming out from red, which is a lot less than I would expect from C and Jules. But that's just showing you how effective defense can be in this game. Only 22 rings, no endgame score. That's insane.
Angelica did an awesome job. I mean, she knew she wasn't going to win. She single-handedly shut both her opponents down, leaving her partner free to shoot. Now, the partner couldn't make it up, especially after the lost auto. It was just too difficult for them to make it up. But man, it just showed you how one person can shut an entire team down. It's quite impressive.
Yeah, I think there's really there's gonna be a need for adaptation in those playoffs for counter defense if that's effective, for mid shots if those are effective. We're just gonna have to see what's gonna happen during those elims, and that last match might shake up teams' pick lists a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. As we're in our last 10 matches of Franklin Division qualifications, we are going to see in 25 Jeff with Robotic Racers against Ben and Lily, and we're going to get this one started right away.
All right, we got the mid wobbles open. That's a really tough one, and
there is
Jeff,
a bounce back for Ben, but see, Jeff stealing both the bounce backs from the Blue Alliance. So even though there was a bounce back,
a little bit,
Red capitalizing on it.
Oh,
but
Jeff still missing
misses,
those shots.
Oh, Robotic Racer still missing.
Ooh. That was a really rough auto for both sides, to be honest. Jeff just couldn't get those power shots knocked down. And then Blue put up some points, but not a really impressive auto from either team.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky on both sides. Both had some good plays with the bounce back shots from Ben, and then Jeff having the ability to steal the bounce backs before Blue could capitalize on that. But a bunch of missed shots on both sides definitely lowered the total score that could have been achieved.
Yeah, and there's still missed shots coming in. Lily missed a couple last cycle. Robotic Racer's getting a couple misses. This is just not as clean of a match as we've been seeing. Lily almost getting flipped on the rings in the middle of the field. Robotic Racers and Jeff both going for shots. And yeah, Ben gets a pretty good cycle off as Jeff misses more shots. So many misses coming out from both alliances. Lily getting blocked by the corner. And yeah, everybody's just picking up, everybody's running cycles, but they haven't found a ton of success with their shooting so far. I mean, Ben and Jeff have been pretty consistent, but I mean, decently consistent, but there's just been so much inaccuracy so far.
Yeah, Jeff's struggling with the preset position to hit those power shots.
Yeah.
See that he's just getting a little bit high over top of them for many of those shots.
Really lining up, hits two of those shots. Blue could be close here for sure. It's 250, and Red bumps theirs up to 270. But still, this is relatively low scoring match. Just had a couple of rough matches for both the alliances in a row. But still, I mean, Ben got the most contribution in that match, followed by Jeff. And I mean, both alliances got around 30 rings, which is not great. But I gotta say, Red really came back in that teleop. They were down by 55 after auto, and they just managed to pull it back, especially with Blue getting a penalty at one point.
Yeah, definitely. Gonna take a look at the next match, number 26. You want to introduce the teams here,
Yeah.
Max?
All right, so on the Blue Alliance, we got Jake, and we have Genome. Both have been looking pretty good. And then on the red side, we have Greg, and we have Stegs. Totally not going to mix up their names at all during this match. And looks like this match is just getting underway, so let's get it going. We got the middle wobbles, which is the hardest to do, but Stegs going for the pickups, as well as both the Blue Alliance players getting in really fast. Both wobbles in there for Blue, as Greg goes for those power shots.
He gets a
Steg's
bounce back, too.
struggling a little bit with
Oh,
those.
good wobble, though.
Both wobbles for both alliances. Probably two really
Oh, some
strong
missed
autos
shots,
coming in, but
though,
misses.
And another
Blue
one
with
at
a
the end.
145. That's absolutely massive auto for the option B.
Yeah, you gotta say Red was almost able to match them, but just like slight mispositioning
Yeah.
with their angling and aiming caused them to not do as well.
Yeah, now they're trailing Blue by almost 50, and Blue getting even more shots off. They're just starting to pull away here as everybody gets settled into their cycling. Genome misses one, it looks like, and scores one for Red, so I'm sure Red appreciates that. Jake getting one of those misses, and I mean Jake is still doing pretty well in this match. As I say that, I think he misses 2 shots, but he's still sitting at 155 as the highest contribution out of anyone. Genome and Jake both go for pretty solid cycles, as well as Greg and Steg. Greg and Stegs on the Red Alliance. As I said. Yeah, Jake, Genome. Oh, a little bit of an explosion of power cells on that red side. Going, not power. Donuts of Doom. That's what I'm calling them from now on.
Again, some shots hit and missed by both alliances. We're going to see the end game period going for the power shots. Maybe
Jake
wobble
gets
goal if
one,
somebody's feeling
gets
ambitious.
2, gets 3. Jake just goes boom, 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 hits all those power shots. And so does
Stegs do the
Stegs in the
same,
Red
yeah.
Alliance. But Blue breaking 400. Red looks like they should be able to if they keep the cycling up. But Stegs missing a few shots. I don't know if they'll be able to break
Big
400
jam
with
from Greg.
Greg having a jam. Oh. And Red ends up with a 380 to Blue's 430. It's 50-point win for Blue, carried by Jake's 284. Huge score. You can see Blue just one auto and kept it consistent in teleop and just managed to coast through on that. Scored a few more rings than Red did, but Red kept it close. Still got a pretty good score and still looking pretty good for the rankings. But this is really going to help Genome here. Been sitting a little bit lower in the rankings, so that should bump him up.
These are actually both very high scores, and if Greg
They
wasn't so hungry and didn't eat jam instead of something else, then maybe they could have cut it up a little bit. But man, this was a pretty good match.
It was.
Definitely
Really?
looking forward to match number 27 now. On the Red Alliance, we have Jules and Angelica versus Wing Student and Ben. Should be another pretty close match.
Do you think Angelica will play the defense route again on this match? Because if she does, this will be another low-scoring match.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to do so when it's coming down to the end of the qualifications. You want to find something that will separate you, and because I believe we're only having 2 robots per alliance for each division, you gotta really.
All right, yeah, we're heading down to the end of qualification matches. We've watched Franklin for a little bit. Edison is even closer to finishing their qualification matches. They are on qualification match number 31, I believe, which is going to be Wix and Prince over in blue, Codster and Javon in red. Let's get this match started and send you over to the Edison division.
If not, that's okay, but they gotta realize that.
Yeah, definitely, it's all about those design trade-offs. But fortunately for our players in this sim, there are virtually no design trade-offs. Dorsal just shot 3 off the field.
Very odd tactic.
Not even an attempt to score, which let's take a look at his ranking real quick. Who was that? That was Dorsal. He where is he ranked? Is he Lawrence? I believe he is. In the final rankings, he is Lawrence. He is currently ranked in last place. It could be just not being a seasoned player yet, but there have been several occasions where he has purposely launched rings off the field. Yeah.
I could see it maybe as a strat for getting them out of the way if they're blocking you from scoring, but in general it would be just easier to score and go for the actual goal, so I'm not sure why I did that.
Yeah.
And we do see the usual very strong performance from Codster with 134 points with just a minute to go. He's also been very consistent up there with Andrew today, but he does have one loss to his name, so he's definitely probably looking to get picked by Andrew. That was some very impressive shots by Javon, scoring from that very weird angle. It can be difficult because now the effective width of the goal does shrink in his eyes. Javon nails two of the pegs, the last one. And he does, very nice, perfect consistency there. And that concludes this match with, it is a Red Alliance victory. We had Codster and Delta Wix leading their matches. Actually, Delta Wix, that's very tough for Delta Wix because they got 203 points and were matched up with Dorsal with 0 effective points. Even though they were the MVP, they had still lost the match. However, considering Delta Wix isn't in the runnings for being a captain, this might be exactly what they need to demonstrate their good and strength on their own.
That is match 32. We have one match left, and I believe 2 of the players are surrogates, so their contributions to this match will not matter. Yes, both members of the Blue Alliance are surrogates. This match will not be counting for them in the long run, but the Red Alliance still has a lot to gain or lose. It's Logan and Anthony, both in semi-high spots. Anthony has a chance to pass Javon and maybe Mike, but that's about as far as he can go. Andrew and Codster are basically locked to the top position, and Logan has a chance to pass Delta, but that's about all. So that's going to be just about the only changes that we're going to see. That's about the only thing that we're going to see changing before this last match.
The previous match is under review.
Alrighty.
Okay, Franklin Division seems to be ready to start another match, so I'm going to head over to the Franklin Division right now. On Franklin, we've got the Robotic Racers, C, Genome, and Dakota competing.
And we're underway. We got
Match number
far
28.
wobbles. Dakota going for a really fast push. Genome coming in behind him, but not going as quickly. So he might have lost that wobble, but he managed to recover it. Dakota going for those mid shots. So is C. Looks like C might have gotten 2 out of those 3 mid shots, as Dakota goes boom, boom, boom right down the line.
Oh,
Genome going for shots, but misses one. Misses a wobble, or misses a peg, and doesn't park on the line. Dakota shoots his shots after auto, so does Genome. Blue is in the lead by just a bit, just 10 points at the moment. C getting a couple of misses there, and they're still ahead by only 10 points. But now Red surges into the lead, 129-127. C puts up a cycle. Robotic Racers puts up a couple. And Dakota is lining up to shoot right now. Genome picking up, and C puts up a full hopper. All 3 go right in. Robotic Racers just spitting out one. Lands short. Dakota just flips himself on multiple Donuts of Doom in the middle of the field. Genome going for a few shots, hits them all. Keeping Red close in this match. Robotic Racers only hits 2 out of those 3 shots. C comes in, hits all 3. Genome going for more shots. Dakota lining up right in the center there. Gets bumped a little bit by C, but it does not matter. C and Robotic Racers on the blue lines still only about 10 points ahead. They're still 10 points ahead. They've been 10 points ahead for quite a while now. Dakota almost flipping himself. Genome putting up a few shots. Robotic Racers lining up. C coming back. Hits 2 out of the 3 and then blocks one of Robotic Racers' shots on the pegs.
Dakota doing 3 for 3 meanwhile on the Red Alliance peg-wise.
Yeah. Robotic Racers, 3 rings there. Hit 1, got
C.
1 blocked, and hit a low. But yeah, some misses coming out here. Dakota going for some last shots, putting Red maybe ahead, unless Robotic Racers can get those shots off. And Red takes one by a single Donut of Doom's score.
Wow. Blue had it the whole match, and then just right at the end, Red took it from them. That was beautiful.
They did. You can see that in the differential chart. Red just coming back right near the end and taking that over. No penalties, 45 endgame for both, but Red just pulling out that 240 teleop, even after losing auto. And just getting a few more rings than Blue. Just puts him over the top. And yeah, gets a solid win for Dakota and Genome.
We've got the last match, match number 32, coming up right now on the Edison division. So we're going to hop over to Edison so you can catch the last match before Alliance selection.
Logan nailing 3 shots as well as Anthony, keeping a slight lead over the Blue Alliance. And we do see Logan just pushed Anthony inadvertently from scoring. Minor mistake there. Very consistent from this Red Alliance so far. We have Logan with over 100 points, and Anthony's not far behind. But although they haven't been extremely high scoring so far, they've been so consistent. Every shot's just gone in. And we do see Soccer Legends playing some defense. An interesting strategy considering this match does not count for them. But it also stresses out Logan and Anthony, possibly helping their rank indirectly. We just see Anthony going for a very quick wobble goal score. That was very impressive.
Yeah, and that is the end of qualification match number 32. We're going to take a look at these match results.
All right, and we do see it as a Red Alliance win of 371.
So that wraps up all of the qualification matches for that Edison division. Franklin division will be done in just a little bit too. We're going to take a 15-minute break on the Edison division before they begin alliance selection. Franklin division, they're going to probably take 15 more minutes to finish before they, of course, move on to their alliance selection. Let's go check in on the Franklin division. They just completed match 29, and they will be soon moving on to match 30.
Just really well played. And the 121 in auto. Definitely could have gotten more points if they would have gotten the 4-ring auto. 4-ring auto configuration.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at our rankings because I believe that everybody has one more match to play. And we do see that our top 4 currently are Jake, Jeff, C, and Greg. You look at the gaps between Greg, C, even Jules, Steg. They're all kind of pretty close, within 100 points.
Yeah.
Jake by far out in the lead, and then Jeff also very solidly in second.
Yeah, but one match could definitely change some of those captain spots. And so everybody really in the everybody, even like Dakota, even that far down, should be starting to put together a pick list of who they're going to want to pick. Because that's going to be really important as we move into the last few matches here and then into alliance selection.
Yeah, definitely. Gonna take a look at the next match, which is going to be match number 30. So we are coming close to the end of our qualification matches here on Franklin, a little bit behind Edison, but that's okay. 4 to go, and it is going to be
We
Ben
sacrifice
and Jeff.
quantity for quality.
Exactly. Ben and Jeff against Robotic Racers and Wing Student. So you definitely got to say Red Alliance probably the favored in this matchup, but we'll see what Wing Student and Robotic Racers can put up, and maybe they can surprise this Red Alliance with some great play. So off we go. Jeff already unloading into the one wobble goal into the corner, going for the second. Ben gets all 3 of the power shots complete.
Those
Jeff's gonna
signature
try and get that second one
shots from Ben.
Yeah, exactly.
Ben got 2 bounce backs, but one of them, I think the third one or second one, went to the opponent's side, unfortunately.
But still a very good autonomous 157.
Yeah, 157 is really impressive.
Not the highest we've seen, but very good.
Robotic Racers and Winged Student are gonna have to do a lot to try and bring this match back from Red's control. And Red, it looks like they have a lot of rings over on their side, so Blue is having to go through Jeff and Ben to try to get at any of those. All right, we got shots coming out from Ben. Good accuracy there. Got Winged Student lining up to take a few shots, and Erotic Racer coming in right next to him. Ben shooting on the other side, missing one. Jeff is looking for any rings that come near him. Winged Student gets 3 really fast shots. And so does Jeff, but one of them bounces out. Ben not getting bumped by Robotic Racer as Robotic Racer moves across the field. Winged Student scoring a mid shot for red. It's going to be unfortunate. Let's see. We got more shots coming out from red. Jeff and Ben shooting tons of those rings into that goal. Now we are entering the end game period. Winged Student and Robotic Racer both with full hoppers. Let's see, Robotic Racer.
2, and the third.
Yep. Same for Robotic Racer on the blue. All of those pegs are knocked down. Let's see, red's broken 400 and blue is looking to break 300, I think.
A couple more shots coming in at the final seconds of this
they
match.
do
Jeff
it,
missing
though.
both, but a
Scored
couple
2 for
scores
red.
Yeah. By the Blue
Oh.
Alliance, unfortunate with that shooter accuracy is going to have.
See, I think blue wanted red to break 450. That's
They
what I
tried.
think. I think they scored 3 mid shots for red over the course of that match. Just really trying there. But as you can see, red won auto by quite a bit. Red won teleop by quite a bit. No tied end game, no penalties, and 48 rings being put in by red. That is a really good amount. And then Ben just outscoring Jeff. Really impressive. Has got to be near the top of your pick lists, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
That was an interesting game to watch because when the red was cycling so fast, all the rings started coming out of their half. Then they blocked the blue access to the rings by stopping them right when they were coming out, and they had to go through them to get to the rings, naturally creating a barrier. That was very interesting. That was well played by the red team.
Yeah, for sure. And with that, of course, Jeff, at least temporarily, takes first place. Jake will need to score 200 points.
Exactly 200.
To tie. So definitely possible for him to lose first seed, but we will see him in the last match of qualifications. In the meantime, we do have another match coming right up. Here's going to be qualification match number 31.
All right, we got Stegs and Jules over on the blue. We got Ben and Greg over on the red. Just getting prepared for this match, aiming some practice for those pegs. Greg sitting there in the corner, and we are getting this match underway. And we see far wobbles. Greg going for the crazy push, kind of the Greg signature at this point.
And the bounce backs from Ben are just so consistent at this point. He gets 2 out of 3, and he's going to be able to get maybe a bounce back or a miss from the Blue Alliance as well. Gonna try and retrieve that.
This could be a very strong auto for red. Greg putting up some shots. Ben putting up 3. They're at 156. Can they get more?
Oh my
They get a
goodness.
shot. They get
park,
179.
too.
They get 184.
Wait, he walked. Greg
He
left the
drove
park.
off.
Oh,
Greg, no!
oh
You got
no.
184.
184
No.
with yeah.
Except he turned it into a 179. I think that anyway might be the highest auto of the day.
And that's without a wobble goal. That was just extraordinary.
Yeah. The bounce backs from Ben have been absolutely spot on.
Ben has been incredible at getting those pegs. He's just been hitting those super consistently. That wall lineup has been working really well. We got Stegs coming in with a few shots. One of them misses, unfortunately. And yeah, we got Greg getting some shots in from far. Both blue players shooting. Jules gets one in the low goal. Wow. All right. I mean, if you want to score like that, sure. Got a bunch of bumping right in the middle of the field. Jules getting in more shots before Ben and Greg can get back to shoot.
Insanely
Steg's
close
getting
match.
tough.
Oh,
Where is Jules?
Jules
Jules
had
just
a
left
DC.
and is now back. Didn't lose that much time, about the time of a flip and reset, but that still hurts them quite a bit. Greg and Ben going for a lot of shots, just a ton of bulk shots. Oh, Jules forgets to reset his shooter when he came back.
Wonder when we've seen
Sad.
that one before. I think
Yeah.
he's had that issue a few times now.
Yep, that's very true.
Hopefully he can remember
now,
that as we
we're
go to
in
the
the
power
end
shots.
game.
1, 2, 3 from Jules.
3, there we go.
And
Jules,
here we go, Ben.
very
1,
good
2,
shooting.
and misses the
Oh,
third.
one.
Critical miss with 12 seconds left.
Red
They
is
gotta
still ahead,
kind
and
of
they
bumping
just
over each
gotta
other. Can
get
Ben
that
get the last one? Oh, he missed again.
Missed
4
again.
seconds. Greg's got to go for it. He's gonna try and line up. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Oh,
did it
it's not
count?
enough.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Wow,
that was
what a close
that
match.
was so close. I don't know if that. I don't know if the power shot counted.
Well, we will
How did
know.
Red lose this? How will they? They had to.
They
Powerful
did get the power
arrow.
shot. It did count.
Jeez.
They Blue just capitalized off Red spending so much time trying to get that power shot. Blue just got in a couple cycles and managed to pull ahead. But Red, with that incredible auto, could have been a 184 looking at
Yeah,
you,
imagine
Greg.
if Greg parked. If Greg parked and didn't drive off too quickly, that's the Red Alliance scoring more than the Blue Alliance for that match.
Yeah, but still massive scores from both alliances. 45 and 46 rings.
Look at those average contributions. They're all contributing equally. That was an amazing match.
These are 4 players who you should definitely have high in your pick list. They've been playing super well, and that was just a super solid match for both alliances.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a quick look at the rankings, as we're only a few matches away. Jake's still yet to play. Greg is going to be ahead of Jules, and Stegs not quite scoring enough to pass either Greg or Jules, so looks like that kind of clump will be stuck. Ben as well.
Yep.
Man, look at how close they are, actually. All in the 3,500s except for Greg, who's mid 3,600.
Yeah, C still has 1 match to play. He could be jumping up those ranks.
Yeah, definitely.
And also Dakota, but it looks like he might be out of the running to pass Ben at this point. And then we got a bit of a battle at the bottom. I mean, Genome still has 1 to play and is a bit ahead of Winged Student, but looking to catch Robotic Racers there. Interesting battle at the top, interesting battle at the bottom. Let's go take a look at our next match.
Not that one. This one. Woo!
This one, yeah! Good job, Brennan.
So, second last match. Match number 32. Lots on the line. C is playing. He needs to get a big score with Genome. And Angelica and Wing Student looking to impress for the Alliance selections to potentially get picked here.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Angelica plays her defense, C doesn't stand a chance. So he has to pray that she decides to go for score rather than defense.
Yeah. We'll have to see what happens as we get this match started.
All right, and we're underway. We got far wobbles. 4 rings on the field. Let's see what the teams can do with this. C with a really good push. Winged Student does not seem to be moving yet. That's going to be really unfortunate for the Blue Alliance because Angelica is forced to do everything by herself. She wants to get any points. But Red with a auto that's looking pretty strong. Genome
misses from Genome though.
misses 3 shots in a row.
Park.
They're gonna park. They're gonna get 133 from that. Just not bad. But Winged Student still hasn't moved, and now he's DC'd.
Oh no.
He's just gone. Oh no. This is not at all what Angelica wanted, but maybe she can prove that she can bring this match at least partially back. try to do something for this alliance.
Yeah, in some ways, playing by yourself does open up a little bit of room on the field. So maybe putting up a big score with no other robot on the field maybe can show that Angelica has some really high scoring potential for the Blue Alliance. And oh, here we go. Wing Student is back.
Can he move? He can move. He's moving.
He's gonna try and get off of that stack of rings.
Yeah, but C and Genome have really been playing well. Putting up a lot of points. They're 277 right now with about a minute left. And yeah, this is really what Genome needed. Bump him up in the rankings. And this is what C was looking for. Get a really good score in this match. Might be hitting 350 before auto ends, and Winged Student DC'd again. He's gone again.
Oh no.
Back to a 2-on-1. This is tragedy striking for the Blue Alliance.
Genome trying to get those last shots on. He gets 2 of the 3 pegs. C's just focusing on the cycling into the high goal.
Trying to get
He's gonna miss one, but he gets a second.
That third one. But
maybe C will come in and help at the end for the last shot if Genome can't get it. But Genome does. Yeah. And C's going to unload a quick 3.
More.
Maybe one more as well. 1
Can
second.
We get more?
He clutches it out.
We got it. Almost
Very good
with
score.
The 450 there. But Blue only getting a 98, but that was all Angelica's scoring. Winged Student was just
the only problem
there for that match.
The only problem we have that's supposed to be Dakota, not Winged Student.
really?
Accompanying Angelica. That's right. So the question is, what happened? What happened, and do we have to replay the match? Is the question.
We have people in the question
we definitely will.
box. So let me head over to the question box. See what's going on there.
Uh-oh. Yeah, a little unfortunate. That's the second time that's happened. Unfortunately, remember to leave the server.
Yes, it was supposed to be Dakota in that match, so...
Well, we're going to be replaying that. So
we're going to be with Dakota this time.
Good warm-up. You know, C and Genome have just developed their chemistry. They've worked out what they want to do. We just want to make sure that C knows that he has to replay. He's still in red, at least. Okay.
They're not gonna like giving up that 448 that they just got, especially with C's big contribution. But
look, auto and endgame double counts, and his auto score wasn't the best he's ever delivered. So
that's true.
This opportunity actually could help him. Even if he gets a lower net score, he actually might get a higher ranking score because auto does double count, as does endgame.
That's very true. That's very true. Yeah, I mean, it could be good. It could be not as good. We'll see how it goes as we get back on the field, and we do have Dakota this time.
we have all the right robots on the field.
Right people, yay! Isn't it great when you have all the right robots?
All right, we're gonna get started. Match number 32, the redo. This time it's gonna be the middle wobble position.
Shooting a shot from far for some reason. This middle wobble position is really tough, so I don't know if red is really going to improve this auto. Genome looking to get that last wobble in there, but might have just knocked it out. Getting beached on the wobble.
Yeah, gonna try and get the park. It still gets the win.
82
to 40.
It's a worse auto than last time, but it's still more than Blue's got. Dakota looks like he just reset himself. Not exactly what you want to see if you're Blue. But C is putting up 77 points so far. Now he's up to 95. Still got a minute 35-ish left. Genome just shooting rings wildly at the goal there. And everybody is just kind of like bumping into each other in the middle trying to get those rings. Genome putting in a cycle right before C. Angelica shooting a couple, scoring a little bit for red. Interesting. helping out their opponents a little bit and might almost got flipped on that on the big pile of rings. C going for some shots, and Genome looks like they might be lining up soon. C scoring for blue, returning the favor, and now all of the rings are currently being piled up in the blue zone along with all the wobbles. Two more scores for blue.
All right, Alliance selection is set to start on the Edison division, so we're going to continue having that Franklin division, the last two matches in the top left of your screen, but I am going to be showing the Alliance selection taking place in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen from now on, and we're going to be listening into that audio as well. Here we go.
We are ready for Alliance selections.
All right.
Always an exciting part. We are waiting for Andrew to make his first pick once he is informed that he needs to be making a pick. And here we are. Andrew, our number 1 seed, you are free to make your very first pick. The very first pick of Ultimate Goal 2020. A monumental moment. We see him typing in chat, presumably to make his pick. He would like to invite Codster 5846 to his alliance. We'll wait for Codster is here. Codster, what is your response to Andrew's invite?
I accept.
You accept. Congratulations to our first alliance, Andrew and Codster. We will see you guys in playoffs. Alrighty. Our number 2, or our next captain is going to be Anthony. We are ready for him.
Hello.
Hello. Do you have a pick?
Yes, I would like to pick Javon.
You would like to pick Javon.
Yes.
Javon, you have been selected.
He's not in here yet.
Yeah. Javon needs to be dragged. Hello, Javon. Do you have a response for us?
I accept.
You accept. Congratulations to our number 2 alliance, Anthony and Javon. We'll see you guys in playoffs.
Right.
Alrighty. The next is going to be Mike, our number 3 alliance captain. Who is going to be your selection?
I'm going to pick Logan.
Logan has been selected. Logan 4476 has been invited. Logan, you've been selected by Mike. Do you accept?
I accept.
Logan accepts. That is our number 3 alliance, Mike and Logan. See you in playoffs. And our number 4 captain spot is Delta. Would you like to make your selection, Delta?
Yep, I would like to graciously invite Highflyer.
Highflyer? Alright, Highflyer has been selected to round out the number 4 alliance in this Ultimate Goal tournament. We are going to wait for that is Alpha Wolf in the Discord. Highflyer, you've been invited to the number 4 alliance. Do you accept?
I accept.
You accept. Alrighty, we have our playoff alliances. Surprisingly, Jose did not get picked. I fully expected him, even in the position that he was in, to get picked. Our first alliance is going to be Andrew and Codster. Our second alliance, Anthony and Javon. And number 3 is Mike, Logan. Number 4, Delta and Highflyer.
And even in our number 4 alliance, let's not forget that High Flyers played some extensive defense. So Alliance 1, although they might have a much higher scoring rate, they're going to be probably thrown off balance a little bit in these first couple of matches. So we'll see what happens there.
Okay, that was an incredibly exciting alliance selection over there on the Edison division. Franklin division is finishing up with their last match right now, so we'll go full screen with the Franklin division, and we will check out what Jake, Lily, Ben, and C have in store for us.
So it looks like Ben is actually going to try and shoot.
They're actually trying and scoring.
They're not doing it. They're not doing it. They're missing their opportunity
What?
here.
Come on, guys.
Now, of course, even if they do break 200, penalties could come into almost. I don't know if that was a penalty. That was close.
Red is defending themselves more than blue is defending them. Is blue just like going for a high score right now, or what?
Yeah, potentially. Oh, see,
No,
shooting.
that's it.
Oh no.
At this point, what? Well, no, Jake's still 30-some points away. Once they cross 200, they just want to shut down and do nothing.
Honestly, at that point, just stop.
Yeah, don't mess up. Don't accidentally shoot a ring over the line.
damned.
Can you imagine? So they do
That's
pass
it.
200.
All right, he's past 200. He can just stop shooting now.
He is
If he
going to
wants
continue.
to, but yeah, might as well.
Looks
might
like
as well just
Lily's
put up a
not doing
decent
much.
score.
She's jammed a little bit there.
Very jammed. It looks like. Might not know how to flip the hopper back.
Yep. Or potentially a reset
Shoot,
required
reverse
from
retake, by the way.
from Lily. But Jake now well above the 200 that was required for the first seed lock-in.
Not only is he above 200, well, not only is he above
Broke
300, he's above 300, so that's
Yeah.
pretty extraordinary.
Yeah.
But blue is above 400, so.
Yeah, but you look at the individual contributions, you know, once again, almost 300 here individually from Jake, 281. Especially from the weaker auto where it's a little bit harder to get a better contribution. Really respectable. So there we go. Giant contribution from Jake, our number 1 seed, locking it in here on the Franklin division. Ben and C putting up good numbers, but
they
not quite
I think
as high
they
as Jake.
might have been. Wait, what's the record right now?
What's the record?
I'm just curious. What's like the what's the highest score in a match so far?
So on
Because without those penalties, blue might have broken that.
Well, for us it's 484, but on Edison,
they had a 572.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Okay.
I don't even know how 572 is possible. I didn't even think it could be.
That was Anthony and Andrew over there, so current world record holder and another quite strong player. So that's absolutely insane.
Okay. So this moves us into line selection. So do we want to give them a couple minutes
Yes, I
time to
wanted
be
to
able to
pop
put
in to let you guys know that we're going to have alliance selection in a little bit less than 10 minutes at 4:15 Eastern Time is when we're going to start alliance selection for the Franklin division.
Perfect. So you guys can see on the screen right now the current rankings. So the top few players should be prepared with a player pick list that they would like. Of course, it's going to be alliances of 2, 4 alliances of 2. So be prepared for that. as we will have alliance selections starting in just under 10 minutes at 4:15 p.m. Eastern.
All right.
Hello and welcome to the Alliance selections for the Franklin Division. We're about to get them underway. It's going to be exciting to see what the alliances ended up being. We're going to talk quickly first about our top 4 seeds. Starting with 4th is going to be C4678. 3rd is going to be Greg WC. 2nd is Jeff. And then our number 1 ranked player after 33 qualification matches is going to be Jake 5468. Just a quick reminder on the alliance selection rules. You can invite anybody. Obviously, the first alliance picks first, so Jake is going to have his first selection, and that person may choose to accept or decline. If they decline, they can no longer be invited by another alliance, but they can still be an alliance captain. So, for example, if Jake were to pick Jeff, Jeff could, in theory, decline. And then if Jeff declines, he still reserves his right to become the number 2 alliance captain, and he can make his own selection. However, if Greg were picked and he declined, Jeff could no longer pick Greg because he has already would have already declined the number 1 position offer. Other things is we have 4 alliances of 2 robots, so 8 players will be making elimination from the field of the Franklin Division, to which point we'll be playing best of 3 matches, 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3, and then the winners will play in the Franklin Division Finals, and the winner of that will represent us on the Einstein Finals, taking it to the Edison field, trying to get the W over on that side of the field. So with that, we will get started very shortly with our first alliance captain, Jake. And yes, we will jump over to the alliance selection scene. Hello, Jake. Welcome. Congratulations on the number 1 seed. Who would you like to make as your first, or as your selection for Alliance 1?
I would like to invite Jeff to my alliance.
All right, so the selection has been Jeff. We're just going to quickly find him. He is the number 2 ranked player, fairly high above every other player, and we're going to see what he says right now. Hi, Jeff. You've been selected by Jake. Would you like to accept or decline?
On behalf of MC State University, my name's Chef Incorporated, the Yang family, and the Dino Nuggies Foundation, I accept.
All right. We do have our first seed completed. We're going to go see them up on the board as the number 1 seed. That's going to be a powerful seed, and that means Greg West Coast, WC, is going to be jumping up into the 2nd alliance captain position as the 3rd overall seed, and also means Jules will potentially be an alliance captain as he will slide up from the 5th position to potentially the 4th position, and we will see what Greg wants to do here. Hello, Greg. Welcome. You are the alliance captain number 2. Who would you like to select for your alliance?
I would like to select C4678.
All right, C4678 is, of course, the 4th seed, so looking very standard so far. Everybody picking based off of rank. We're going to see what C says in just a second. Hi, C. You have been selected by the number 2 alliance captain, Greg. Would you like to accept or decline?
Ooh, I would like to accept.
Perfect. And with that, we do have our 2nd alliance completed. Greg West Coast and C4678, which means Jules, who is just outside of the top 4, is going to be jumping into that 3rd alliance captain position. Definitely a very strong player as well, a top 5 in the world in single player score, and we're going to check in with him and see what he has to say about his partners. Hi, Jules. You are the 3rd alliance captain. Who would you like to invite to your alliance?
Yeah, I'd like to invite Dakota.
Okay, that's Dakota 346, breaking the trend a little bit of the seeding, but that's no problem. We're going to see what Dakota says. Still a very high-ranked player. So we're going to jump him over in here. Hello, Dakota. You have been invited by the number 3 seed, by Jules. Would you like to accept or decline this offer?
I would like to accept.
All right, perfect. And with that, we do have 3 alliances locked in, 2 more spots left, and one of them is going to be going to Stegs85, who is, I believe, our 6th alliance, or our seed, going to be our 4th alliance captain. And he will have the difficult decision to make for the last pick overall. And we're going to get him in. Hey, Stegs, you are alliance number 4 captain. Who would you like to invite to your alliance?
On behalf of my alliance, I would like to invite Ben.
All right. Ben is the selection, the next highest seeded player. Also showing some great promise. We're going to see what he says as we bring him in. Hi, Ben. You have been selected by the 4th Alliance. Would you like to accept or decline the offer? The 4th Alliance captain is Stegs85.
Hi, I will accept.
Perfect. All right. With that, we do have all of our alliances. Thank you to all the players that played in qualifications. I encourage every one of you to, stay around, stick around, check out the action. We're going to see Edison starting very shortly. Franklin will be starting in about 5 minutes as well, so make sure that you, as robots, get up onto the field. So we will be playing 1 versus 4 first, so 1 will be in red, 4 will be in blue, and then we will have 2 versus 3 after that, Alliance 2 in red and Alliance 3 in blue. So we'll be back with you very shortly.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are here with the STC Second Tech Challenge Ultimate Goal event here in xRC Sim. Elimination playoffs for each division are just about to begin. We just saw both Franklin and Edison do their alliance selections just a moment ago, and it looks like the Edison division is beginning its division playoffs. So we are going to cut down to the Edison playoffs, where we can see the first matches of the day going on. The first playoff matches, rather, sorry.
Points there. Red Alliance is coming out of this with almost a 30-point lead, moving into the teleop portion of this match. They're not doing too good of a job holding the lead. Surprisingly, Blue is doing pretty good here. We're seeing kind of a weak performance from Codster a little bit. He's playing a lot of like counter D/D, holding High Flyers on their side of the field. High Flyers hasn't been able to do much. I'm not sure if it's because he doesn't want to be doing anything, playing that defense, or if it's High Flyers actually stopping Codster, and it looks like the strategy is kind of working for them there. The Blue Alliance is holding a slight lead at the moment, and they keep cycling. Delta's arm needs to be brought back into their robot. It's causing them some problems up against the wall. Red is looking to get the lead back, and they're holding it for the time being. 20 seconds left. Robots are looking to hit those pegs, get those extra points, and Blue is clean with it. 8 seconds left. We might see Blue come out of this ahead. Red just not much left that they can do. 2 seconds left, trying to get these last shots in, and Blue is actually going to come out ahead here. 283 to 268. Definitely not what I expected. I came into this match fully expecting to see Andrew and Codster not even have a problem or a second thought, but we're seeing Blue do very well for themselves here.
Match is under review.
Match is under review. Lovely. But looking at the graph here, we see that Red was able to hold the lead for most of the match, and even a little bit during the end game portion of this match, but Blue ended up just finally taking it home.
Okay. Hello, everyone. The Franklin division is just about ready to begin their playoff matches as well. So we are going to be heading to a view where we can watch both playoff matches at the same time. The Edison division is on your bottom right, whereas the Franklin division is on your top left. The Franklin playoffs are going to begin with your number 1 seed against your number 4 seed. Jake and Jeff in red bumpers, Ben and Stegs in blue bumpers. Neither alliance is very weak. We're going to see how it goes.
Or what we might see change up compared to qualifications?
Yeah, I mean, the game is totally different right now. We've switched over from trying to score high points to shutting down your opponent. So hitting scores over 200 is going to be challenging as everybody's basically playing defense half the time. So just because you were good in qualification matches doesn't mean you can handle the kind of onslaught the opponent's going to throw at you in the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And I think, yeah, at this point, I want to see, like, there's obviously going to be defense, for sure. But I want to see how teams can adapt to that defense and start playing counter D. That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, I think the key here is to be able to divide up with your partner. One scores, one protects you, or defends against the other opponent. And so the team that has better communication is probably going to do better, in my opinion.
Agreed.
All right, we are just about ready to get this match underway. But, yeah, we're just going to line something up real quick. There we go. All right, so we are going to get this first semifinal match underway. 1 versus 4. Can Blue Alliance pull off the upset here?
All right, here we go. So we got the close wobbles for the first match, and a shot coming out. 2 shots. 3 shots from Ben.
Bounce backs,
got
too.
all of them, and bounce backs. Impressive. He's going to look to score those 3 as well. Steg's getting the shots. Ben
miss, but
putting up the
what
shots.
a massive lead if they can get this
Can he
extra
get it
shot
up?
too. Wow.
157 for Blue. That's a massive lead. Red is going to have to do a lot to come back from that.
And look at this defense from Stegs right away, slamming into the Red
Already
Alliance.
going in.
Causing massive havoc.
50-point lead when 200 is hard to get is going to be, almost insurmountable.
Ben already getting his second cycle off. Red hasn't even shot anything after auto.
Here we go. Transition into the long shots, but Jake just getting destroyed. Jeff trying to play permanent counter, it looks like. Look at his robot configuration, actually. I think his robot speed and rate are extremely high for Jeff in an attempt to try and bully the defense. They have really good counter. We see some shots from Stegs.
And then the bump.
But look at this dominant lead. It's a 100-point lead.
And Ben's just left there. They're not even touching him.
Blue is absolutely slaughtering this match, and the blocks.
And the blocks.
Oh my goodness.
And more shots for free. Blue's just destroying them. Red really needs to figure out how to play against this alliance, because they are not doing anything right.
This is absolutely insane. I don't know if they've scored much even out of like teleop or out of, into teleop. Sorry. Over
Ben only getting 1
lead.
shot, a couple misses, but I mean Ben hasn't been defended. He's at 170 by himself. And sure, Stegs is at 91, but he's 91 is outscoring the entire rest of the Red
1, 2,
Alliance.
3 from both alliances. Jake and Ben looking for a little bit of opening, and look at this, man. Blue is
This looks pretty wrapped up for Blue at this point, in my opinion. I don't know how Red wins this.
If I didn't see the colors and I didn't see the didn't know the result or like the rankings of these alliances, I would have said Blue Alliance is the number 1 seed here.
Yeah, I would think Blue is number 1 for sure.
Look at that upset. Absolutely slaughtered.
and Ben breaking 220s.
We have a
Hang on.
question box. Hold on.
All right, we do have a question box. We're gonna have to restart the script that runs that. Unfortunately, it crashed.
Ben still broke 200.
There we go.
Yeah. And Stag's outscoring Jeff. It was just domination. They won by 51 in auto off of Ben's great bounce backs, and then just rode that through in teleop. Red got 38 in the entirety of teleop.
Wow.
That was just so powerful. So powerful.
They literally
Exactly what I love
quadrupled
to
Red
see.
Alliance's score in Teleop.
Exactly what I wanted to see from the fourth alliance. Red Alliance and Alliance 1 has really got to reevaluate what their strategy is for this match, because they are not handling this.
Yeah. So we are just waiting on the official results, because there was a question box inquiry. So we're gonna stay on that screen. But yeah, barring some crazy ruling here. Oh, maybe we do have a result of that question box. Do we have any updates on that?
Yes, there was a pin against the wall, but there was a wobble goal in the way, so the game didn't count up the circle. However, if you time it, it was just at around 5-second mark. Therefore, no penalties need to be given.
Okay, so the score will stand, and Blue Alliance, the 4th seed, will go up 1-0 in very dominant fashion for sure.
That's not at all what I expected, but this is going to put a lot of pressure on our first alliance. But now, let's shift our focus over to our other field, where 2 and 3 are getting ready to go. We're going to have C and Greg on the red, representing Alliance 2, and Jules and Dakota on the blue, representing Alliance 3. Are we going to see another upset? Are we going to see 2 pull this out? Well, you'll have to wait and see, because I think Edison is playing first.
No, we will be playing at the same time.
Oh, okay.
No waiting.
Cool. Well, I am
underway.
entirely wrong. Let's do this.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting matchup. 2 versus 3. We've already seen the one singular upset. Will they be able to do the same?
We're underway. We have far wobbles, and blue gets a really fast push. Greg lining up for those shots.
As well.
One bounce back.
He missed one
missed, but gets 3 bounce backs, but one of those shots
go for the
missed,
wobble
unfortunately.
Goal. A little bit of miscommunication, maybe? Let's see. They still have one more to go. Greg's going to try and get that one off. And he does. No bounce back, of course, but still respectable. And Red Alliance not quite going to have the lead,
Blue
actually.
wins the auto. Wow. All right. Yeah. Blue just did slightly better in that auto, just enough to pull it out. But now there's just pushing and shoving all over the field right now. Jules gets off the cycle first, but C also gets off cycle. Greg going for those far shots while Dakota also hits his. C is undefended as of yet, so
yeah, Greg just
that could be concerning.
Kind of getting both
blue.
of the blue robots caught up. Gotta say, less defensive prowess from both alliances so far.
Dakota looks like he's just bumping Greg and not going after the scorer for the Red Alliance, which is C. Now he's taking far shots and going in for those bumps. Just what I wanted to see with him. But Red is currently ahead by 45. They have a big lead right now. And Greg going for more far shots. Those far shots are really good for when you're defending, because you can just sneak back, hit those, and then get right back to your defense.
And even though C got hit on that cycle, he was able to get 2 of the shots off and 2 misses. Oh, more shots made for C.
More, yeah.
Dakota just having less influence defensively than Greg is on Jules. You can see just on the contributions, C at 224, Jules at 152. So that's where a lot of the gap is coming from, despite Dakota slightly outperforming Greg on the contribution side. And some shots
he
made.
is just playing
oh my
so
goodness.
fast.
A peg and
How did he
and
make
a goal.
that?
Oh, going for the long shots. Look at this. So Greg going for the little bit safer method
bumps.
of doing
Seamus
the
is an
pegs.
entire cycle.
And Red gets them all. Blue still has one to go. Jules gonna knock that one down, but you gotta say there's
Like,
not
Red
that
might
much
be
time left.
winning this unless something crazy happens, but
Oh, the
no, that
bump
looks
from
like it's it.
Dakota, and that's gonna seal the deal.
Yeah.
Number 2 seed says, "I'm not being upset this time."
Nah. Changing it up this time. Wait, that's the wrong game. That's Vex. Sorry. This is Ultimate Goal. Welcome to Ultimate Goal, everyone.
So both teams were going more for scoring than defending. Notice that last match, only.
Okay, we have seen the first few matches of the playoffs in both divisions, and we've been listening to the Franklin playoff divisions so far. Let's switch over to the Edison to listen to the Edison division to see what's going on over there.
Blue does come out of this 30 points ahead. That's a good sign for them moving into teleop. We'll see if they're able to keep the lead. Javon playing heavy defense. That arm is over their robot. Logan doing the same. We're not seeing any points being put on the board. Mike just scored 1. But the scores are staying stagnant as is right now. Javon unloading 2 rings. They do nothing. Logan finally be able to put up the first cycle with Mike not too far behind. Blue is doing really well for themselves right now. They're preventing all scoring and still managing to score, actually. Red finally gets a cycle in. Anthony having to go against the back wall to actually put some rings in. We're looking to see Mike put some points up. He does miss 2, hits the 3rd. This is definitely going to be a low-scoring match, 1 minute in, and the high score is 187. Contributions looking low. Javon only putting up 32 points so far. We're going to have to see that increase if the Red Alliance doesn't want to go to a 3rd match here, which we very well might see. 40 seconds left, a 60-point lead separating these two alliances. Anthony finally putting up points. The constant power struggle of, do I play defense or do I unload my hopper and try and get some points? That's really something Red needs to be considering with 30 seconds left here. Trying to get those pegs. We see Mike miss all 3. They go just a little low. Anthony opting for the high goal instead of the pegs, which are worth more. Anthony now going for the wobble goal. He ends up dropping it as it drags against the wall. It makes me wonder sometimes, is the wobble goal going to be worth it when you consider how much time he just dropped it against the back wall? He knows he's not going to be able to get it. Mike playing that last second defense, and this is Blue's match to write home about. 268, 184. Great plays there. We saw some really good defense. We saw some really good scoring under pressure, and we saw some really good split-second decisions where they decided my cycle is worth less than stopping this entire hopper from being emptied into the goal there. Great plays seen from the Blue Alliance, and we're going to get ready for...
Exciting match there in the bottom right from Edison Division, and Franklin Division has the semifinals 1 versus 4 over here. We're going to listen in to the Franklin Division now.
There's a bounce back that Jake drops that they might be able to get. They're not actually going to opt for it. And missed pegs for the Red Alliance.
And Blue wins auto again. They've got an advantage again, and can they keep carrying this out?
Ben already getting a cycle right away.
Eggs keeps Jeff far enough away to get Ben a cycle. It's great. But now Jeff is just blocking out Ben from getting over to that loader.
Yeah, you can see Jeff still has the higher weight robot.
But Eggs is coming in really smart.
They're leaving Jake alone. That's a big mistake.
They are.
And Red's already caught up basically off of that.
Now there's defense happening on both sides.
And now it's anybody's game though. If you can get a few, look at that, Jake shooting under D, and just once again I think it's the play from Jeff.
This
just
defense
doing
is
so well.
shutting down Ben. Absolutely.
He gets 1 off there. Still within striking range. I mean, the pegs can be a big swing point at the end of the match, especially as Jake is just getting absolutely harassed. Ben unable to get anything. Going for the long shot, gonna miss all 3 on Jake's side, so he's gonna move to potentially getting stuck, but no, he's gonna be okay. just back and forth action here with the defensive side of the field. Steg's
Seeing
gonna get
I'm seeing the
and
arms
look at
used
that.
more in this match than any other
1 point
time.
lead.
Oh, there's a flip.
Jeff getting the
did
clutch
Jeff
shot.
flip him?
I think there's some physics weirdness there. But now, number 1 seed looking in control. Oh, pegs. He's got one. Oh, he barely misses the second one. And it's only a 2-point lead. Oh, great. Jeff, undefended. There's 2 pegs down. It's Red Alliance lead so far.
Blue could pull this back if they get a couple clutch shots.
I
But
don't
Jeff
know if they're going to be
doesn't
able to get it.
let that happen.
The shot comes
No.
after the
Oof.
buzzer. And it's going to go 1-1.
What a
The
change
score
in
stands.
gamemanship from the
Jeff-
red side.
Jeff played that so much better this match.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well-balanced defense with Jake coming out, being able to get a couple cycles extra, and that's the only difference. That's all the difference in the world, is an extra cycle in the game. That's it.
Yep. And then Jeff outscoring Stegs was
Yeah,
really
that was
what
one of the
put him
key
over the
things
top.
too. I saw that once Jeff realized that Ben had no rings in his hopper, Jeff would line up and aim, and then Ben wasn't prepared for the defense, and he would get a couple extra shots, just making a little bit of a difference there.
Yeah, really, really good play from Jeff.
So yeah, with that will be going to a third match. Of course, we still have the 2 versus 3 match going on. We do see that 2 is up 1-0. So Blue Alliance needs to put together something in order to bring this back.
Yeah. Before we have that, we do have a quick question that is being handled in the question box. So we're gonna have to.
So we were just listening to the Franklin division, which Alliance number 1 just played against Alliance 4. Alliance 1 lost to Alliance 4 in the first match, but they came back, so they're tied 1-1. Now, Alliance 2 is going to be facing off of Alliance 3 in Franklin. Alliance 2 was the winner there, so Alliance 2 wins this, and they will go to the finals. Alliance 3 needs to win this to stay alive. That's Franklin Division. Over to Edison Division. Alliance 1 has advanced to the finals successfully, and Alliance 2 versus 3 is what's going to be up next. It is going to a third match for Alliance 2 versus 3. Either Alliance 2 or 3 will be advancing to the finals to face off against the number 1 Alliance in the Edison Division. But we're going to tune back into Franklin, since it seems like there might be something going on the Edison Division that's preventing the match from starting. It looks like they only have 2 blue robots, so let's listen into Franklin again.
Yeah, I think one of the real keys is the fact that the Blue Alliance with Dakota was not necessarily as strong on the defensive end of the field. I think that Dakota let C get away with some shots too often, and as a wow, look at that. Jules just absolutely destroying Greg over there. But
Jules abusing physics.
Yeah. But yeah, I think Dakota tried to play too much counter and not enough actual D when C was going for those shots. And C was actually able to shoot under D pretty well.
Yeah.
So just more effective D from Dakota. Or maybe it looks like Jules with that arm out. Maybe Jules is going to be the defender. That is a potential.
That is possible.
Okay.
Alright, what's the update?
So there was a question about possibly intentional flipping. The arm is used for blocking, but it can cause physics glitches that, if taken advantage of, can be used to seriously disorient or try to flip a person. Based on what happened, there wasn't sufficient. There was no. It wasn't clear there was intent. There was insufficient effect on the robot. Call it intentional, but we do need to be careful, because if you are using an arm and and you know that there's a physics glitch that will disorient you, and I can see that it's intentional, then I will assess a penalty for it.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. So with that, we will be ready to start Alliance 2 versus 3 round 2. Red Alliance up by 1. Blue Alliance needing to pull off the comeback.
All right, let's get this match started. We got middle wobbles for both alliances. Got Dakota doing a really good push while C is going for a grab. Greg going for far shots for those power shots, and Dakota looks like he might have gotten some misses.
Though. Just absolutely cleanly placing those 2 wobble goals into the correct box. Oh, a missed shot from Greg. See if he can get it off in the last second, and he does. It's a strong lead
Bit of
there.
a rough auto from Blue. Had some missed shots on the power shots there.
You can see a giant scrum of robots trying to jockey for position for rings, and C's able to get a cycle off, and so is Greg before Blue can actually shoot anything in a teleop. So Red looking pretty strong here to potentially 2-0, and another big bump there from Greg disrupting.
Oh.
And the bump from Dakota not as impactful. C able to score
he still
despite
hits
the bump.
his shots, yeah. Jules has a cycle. Greg will let him shoot it, but C still hits 2 out of those 3. They've got Red has a big lead right now. I don't know if Blue can really come back from this. Getting the far shots there, but matched by Red.
Oh, that was some good
nice
bumps,
bump.
though.
Nice bump. Yeah, but nice
Greg
bump on
matches
Red
the
as
same.
well.
Yeah. C is just
They're really
so
matching each other
smooth
bump
with,
for bump.
with the aiming and
Oh,
not
yeah.
being disrupted as much.
Oh, that looked like a reset
Yeah, it looks like
with a pin cycle.
Was there a pin? I don't know if
could
there
have
was a
been, I'm
pin
not
circle on
sure.
him.
Yeah.
that would be 10 Oh! Jules hopping in and out of the server. Will he remember to reset his angle? How much? I don't think he's done it once yet. He's trying to line up. He still hasn't moved it.
Still hasn't reset it.
Oh,
Please.
no.
Please.
Change it, Jules.
Change it. Change it. No, don't just shoot.
Don't shoot.
Please.
No. He forgot again. He gets a look at that shot, though.
Cross field.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, C2 apparently. But wow, what a dominant win from Red.
That was a match.
Okay, 1 sec for review. There might be penalties here.
All right,
Yeah,
so
take a
we will
look at it.
review that. Of course, unofficial results will be over here. Talking about contribution, big gap here is the C to Jules
my God.
difference. Look at the defense robot of Greg actually outscoring Jules.
Yeah, Red really found the strategy that worked in this second match. I think they played all right in that first match, and they just really dialed it in this time and just stepped on the gas and kept it going. Yeah, we're just waiting on the call. We're gonna have it reviewed.
Okay, I'm going to have to assess a major penalty against Jules for resetting while opponent has a pin cycle and is pushing you.
So it'll be plus 30 towards the Red Alliance?
And we're doing negative penalties here,
Oh,
so it's
negative
minus
30. Yeah.
minus 30 against the Blue Alliance.
So that'll end up being 270 to 123, as you can see there. So I would like to say congratulations to the Red Alliance, and thank you to the Fourth Alliance of Ben and... Wait, no.
They're not out yet.
That's the wrong match. I'm actually throwing right now.
Dakota
All right.
and Jules
well,
on the
well
third
done
alliance.
to C and Greg.
Thank you for playing.
And thank you, Dakota and Jules, Third Alliance, for playing. Loved having you here, and hope you come back for more events. I know you guys will. So
Yeah, it's great to see the action
with
here.
with my commentator slip up out of the way. We're going to be starting the 5th match soon.
Yeah, so just taking a look at the breakdown, we did see with between Alliance 1 and Alliance 4, which is not determined yet. We will see if Alliance 1 is going to make it, because they are 1-1. It is Alliance 2 that's going to be moving on, at least, into the blue side. But what we do have is, Alliance 1 had a really rough start in their first semifinals. Looking at their second semifinals, they came back and won very narrowly, and I think Blue Alliance a little bit through that, because they had a much better auto, if you remember correctly. But but what ended up happening is Jake was able to get a bunch of cycles off with no D, and by the time the Blue Alliance really reacted to that, Red Alliance have just pulled up enough of a gap to have the lead there, so they won by 17.
Okay, a quick interruption. We were previously listening to the Franklin division, but I wanted to announce the results from the Edison division, since we now have our 2 finalist alliances. It is going to be Alliance 1 against Alliance 2 in the finals of the Edison division, in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, coming up soon. There was a match that was under review for quite a bit of time, and the result, when it came in, was that Alliance 2 would be the victor of their match over on the Edison division. Now let's tune back in to see whether it will be Alliance 1 or Alliance 4 from Franklin advancing to the finals in their division.
And yeah, it was close before Steg shot his cycle, but
and let's
now
see
we're
if Blue
we're
can kind
going.
of maintain their lead that they seem to get every single time in autonomous period. And I'm not a fan of this. Steg's going to play defense on Jeff, is just going to block. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, it looks like
Still
they're going for
doesn't
the
really get
counter
off the
strategy.
cycle well.
I'd like to
I
see
think
Steg's...
counter could work, but it just
It
needs,
happens
it's
at
just
some
not
time,
being
yeah.
played well enough.
Oh.
You can see that he's still getting the hits in.
They're leaving Jake alone. I mean, the 2 of them on 1 is not a good idea.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, it is basically the autonomous has already been completely neutralized from the Red Alliance. Red Alliance is able to recover off of that, and Jeff doing a good job just outperforming defensively. But good bumps from Stegs.
Oh, good. I want Ben to shoot far here, but no, he's going in for the
he
top
gets it,
goals.
though.
Nice. Good shot coming in
That
from
was a
Ben.
great way of using your partner to
and
stop
Jeff
the other
missed,
block
too.
there.
But he left him alone. Yeah.
Not a fan of that from Stegs.
Oh, big block,
but
though.
Good hit. Good hit.
Big hit.
Oh, nice.
It is back
well
and forth.
done from Ben. Jeff hits 1. Oh,
Yep.
blocks a shot.
30
Jake
seconds
had
about.
a couple misses.
So we're gonna look.
Blue is currently up by 3 points.
He gets 1 in.
Oh, but he got 1 in. Crazy
Yeah,
defense
I like
being
this from
played here.
Stegs. Stegs just needs to hold Jake to nothing. Oh, he's letting him score, though. He got a peg. Oh, he blocks 1. Oh, Blue gets a peg. Oh, he gets pinned out, though, because he was too aggressive on the pin. It's a 1-point gap. Blue Alliance. Oh, they get another peg. And another peg. Clutch shooting from Ben.
Hold him.
And I don't know if Red's going to be able to...
Blue could.
The scores! It's not enough!
No, it's too late. It's not enough.
Possibly an upset here with Alliance 4 possibly knocking out Alliance number 1 here on the Franklin division.
I do kind of want to review this, make sure that pin counted.
So that Blue Alliance likely advancing to the finals over in the Franklin division. Let's go full screen on the Edison division and listen in on finals match number 1 over here.
Changed between the playoffs and quals. We're seeing a lot more defense, trying to stop teams from scoring. There we see Javon playing defense against Andrew and Cosder, both kind of stuck over there in the middle a little bit. Andrew retreating back to their base a little bit, blocking shots with the wobbler grabber. That is interesting, to say the least, and it's certainly helping Blue is up 205 to 97, I think. Looking at the graph there, Red has only scored once. 1 cycle's worth of points in the teleop portion of this match. And with 1 minute left, if Blue just keeps doing what they're doing, they're going to walk away with 1 win and getting closer to that Einstein's appearance on first updates now, which is always exciting. 139 to 50, 40 seconds left, 100 points to go. I don't see a way that the Red Alliance can put up that many points. They're almost doubling their score in the last 30 seconds with Blue still scoring. Blue is not letting up. Anthony getting out those points. Javon playing the defense on both people at once. Andrew still hitting a peg. He hits one of the Blue Alliance pegs, actually. At 11 seconds left, only helping the Blue Alliance at this point. Hits his own peg, hits one in the upper. 5 seconds left. All these last rings trying to be scored. Javon misses a whole cycle, but it does not matter. 370 to 18.
A minor penalty will be applied that match against the Blue Alliance. So Blue Alliance will lose 10 points, but the result should stand, pending nothing in the question box.
So I have been told that we are going to do 1 finals match at a time, so everyone can see all of the action. So we are going to wait for Franklin to complete a finals match, and then we will be back on Edison with a finals match. I'm...
Alright. They'll be fixing that, hopefully.
That's Alliance 4.
The spreadsheet is incorrect. It is actually Alliance 4. It is getting updated. See, this is why Franklin is better.
Yeah,
So
we just run matches with the wrong people in it. We don't put the matches in the wrong place.
It's true. Damn.
Okay.
Alright. So 4 versus 2. Stegs and Ben, Greg and C.
Yeah, we're going to transition over to that field.
Let's take a look at the field. Alright. We have 4 players in the field. We have the 4 correct players in the field. It's always good. So yeah, Brennan, when
looks like
everybody is ready,
go
just
now.
count us down.
I'm just gonna check. Oh, we are gonna do one finals match at a time.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well, they did their
I think
finals
they just
match,
finished
and they
theirs.
inputted
I think they
it.
just finished theirs. All right, so we're
Yeah,
good to go.
did. They put it in our
A little
slot.
bit of confusion, but yeah, welcome everybody. Franklin's Franklin division. We had a big upset with the 4 seed knocking out the number 1 seed, and the 2 seed did get the clean 2-0 over the 3 seed. So it is 4 versus 2, and it's going to be a wild ride. We're going to get this started in basically right now. So here we go.
All right, and we have far wobbles for this match. And we have Stegs getting a really fast push. Oh, but he ends up taking it with him.
Getting the bounce backs, but they're all falling onto the blue side, so you can't get
them. That's not good. Oh, he got one of them, though. Steg's looking to try to push the other wobble, but he's getting a little bit beached on those rings. Can he get them? Can he get it in time? Looks like it might count. He just needs to get on that line, but he shoots them, and blue is ahead by a good amount at this point.
Yeah, I think
almost
this is
30 points.
This is the first time we've seen the Red Alliance down after autonomous mode.
Steg's going into defense mode.
Oh, but
putting
Ben
his arm up.
Look at Ben. He's able to get the
Yeah.
3 shots off.
Ben is getting a lot better at shooting under defense, I gotta say. It's adapting from that second match of semis. C going for the opposite side 2-pointers, and Stegs is also hitting his 2-pointers while keeping C defended.
Ooh, big
only gets 1 shot off. Love to see Ben go for some 2-pointers, but
going for
blue
2-pointers
is
again.
up by 10. Yep, he gets all 3 of them. C's 2-pointers are really working out well, but red is just not able to score. Greg is shutting down Ben at the moment, and Stegs is defending. Oh, and more
blue.
points for blue. Wait, what?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, one thing that I'd like to see from Stegs is him trying to pick up the rings while he's playing defense. You see he's not running his intake. He's actually literally driving over them with his intake, but he could have some in his robot already. Oh, good counter there, though, from Ben.
Yep, good.
Oh, but C is still able to get his shots
shot.
off. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Ben absolutely
Greg
flung.
just tossing Ben.
Steg's trying to get the pegs off, but now Greg transitioning onto D.
The Stegs, Greg's pegs.
And blue is looking to seal this with C knocking down 2 of the pegs. And 1 to go for both alliances. Red still 1 to go, but blue very far ahead here, and they are going to win this one in very
Big
convincing
win.
fashion.
270, 219.
Yeah,
Huge victory for blue.
Despite the number 4 seed beating the number 1 seed, the number 4 seed looking, not as strong in the first match against the number 2 seed.
Yeah, blue did have the better auto, and while red took it back in teleop, they actually scored more than blue in teleop. Blue also had more endgame.
Blue Alliance, the number 2 seed here at Franklin, taking the early 1-0 lead in the finals of the division. We're going to head over to the Edison division right now, where we're going to watch finals match number 2 on Edison. Let's tune in.
We are going to kick things off. Andrew and Codster quick to move the wobble goals, as always. Javon with a bit more grace to it, grabbing the wobble goal and actually picking it up. Andrew and Codster like a more shove and hope it gets in the right place approach. And it does look like that may do better for them slightly. Great autos from both alliances. 170 to 145 coming out of auto. Andrew putting up 86 points. Cosser not too far behind. 69 points. The Blue Alliance has the advantage here, winning their last match 218 to 360. We'll see if they're able to grab such a dominant lead, and it looks like for the time being they're actually falling behind a little bit. We may be looking at a third match for this finals series. 224, 175. Red playing some heavy defense, not letting any of those points get off. Javon up against the back wall at the moment, kind of trying to find a good time to split off and try and score some points finally. Andrew is just unimpeded. He is getting the rings off, scores 2, which is more than enough. Anthony only gets 1 of his rings in. Javon playing defense on Andrew, pushing him all around the field. ends up dropping a ring on the ground, but Anthony is now left to score a little bit. 254, 235. Blue is kind of taking control of things a little bit here. They're getting full cycles in, they're not missing as many shots, and they're stopping red from scoring consistently. We're in a period right now where no one's really scoring. Cosser just got some points. It looks like Anthony's going to do the same. He misses one though, so they're not going to be able to catch up as much as they could have there. Andrew dumping a hopper, hits 2 pegs with 1 ring. A very nice shot there. Anthony looking to do the same, but only hits 1. The Red Alliance currently with the lead, but those pegs are going to be worth a bit of points at this time. 308, 289, 323, 289. Anthony sends one wild, and it doesn't even get close, it seems. They're trying to get the last peg, get these last points, but it does not matter. 347, 289. Final result pending. Match going under review.
Without... No one's in the question box right now, but as of right now, Blue Alliance will be assessed 1 minor penalty to make their score 279. So minus 10 points for the Blue Alliance. But other than that, the score for now stands. I don't see anyone in the question box, so I think it will end up standing.
Sounds good. Thank you, Kabi, our referee. He's been doing a great job tonight, catching every little thing.
Okay, so that wraps up finals match number 2 on the Edison division. And that should, I believe, tie the finals 1-1. So there will be a third final in the Edison division. But before that happens, let's cut over to the Franklin division, where we're going to have final 2. Remember that the Blue Alliance leads. The number 2 Alliance wins this to go on to Einstein's. The number 4 Alliance needs to win this to stay alive.
Hello and welcome back to the Franklin Division field, where we have Alliance 4 facing off against Alliance 2 in the finals of our division. Alliance 2 is up 1-0. They had a pretty convincing win, despite Alliance 4 pulling off a big upset against the first seed. But Alliance 4, had a little bit of a weaker autonomous than we're used to them seeing, and had that autonomous been in their favor a little bit more, they might have been able to take the match. So it does come down to this. They do have to win the next 2 matches to make it to the Einstein field to battle it out with the Edison division winners, whoever they may be, of course. That is yet to be determined, but we are going to get started.
All right, and we're getting it going here. We got far wobbles like that from both alliances. Ben getting 1 bounce back.
Yeah, he's going to have to finish
like
that
lost
out.
one of those. Yep. Looks like Steggs is going for that last one. Misses it high.
He gets that.
Gets it on the
attempt,
second
though.
try.
Ben trying to
let's
pick
see.
up that last one. He's struggling. And
Blue's still ahead here. Yeah, Blue's gonna end up winning this by 17. That's not looking good for Red. Red really relied on their autos against Alliance 1, and C already getting 2 shots off. Ben getting 1, and Steggs taking a cycle there. Far shots. C also going for a far cycle and hits it, but Ben has to dump a hopper because it got jammed. It's going to be really unfortunate for him. Dumping another. He is.
Oh, all misses though.
Oh wow, missing the 2s. That's not what you see often.
Playing the counter though, but C is also able to match on the other side. Big score
far
from Greg
shots
there
in
too.
from Greg. C moving in for far shots, hits a couple of them.
The
Ben
flow
getting
of the
pinned
Blue
against
Alliance.
the wall a bit.
The flow of the Blue Alliance and
Yeah.
the willingness to go for far shots are what's keeping them ahead, actually.
Yeah, it is for sure.
A one-shot made. Oh, that was close to a penalty, but I don't think it was actually assessed. And C's going to get a bunch of high goals there. So is Ben, though. So they are keeping it relatively close. Blue is still kind of walking away with this one a bit.
Getting some far shots again. These far shots are making such a big difference. See, Ben.
Here we go for the pegs. Ben gets one. But they have to block both. And
they're just not blocking.
That might have been a penalty actually there on Ben for shooting too close. Trying to get that last power shot peg. Knocked down, but another miss. C almost hitting it for him. They are going to get it, but Blue's going to knock down their third one. And with 4 seconds left, it looks like it's all in Blue Alliance's favor. And should that score stand, we will be seeing the Franklin Division Alliance 2 heading to Einstein to showdown versus the Edison Division winner, which is yet to be determined.
Yeah.
Taking a look at those results.
We'll make sure these scores are accurate, and yeah.
Yeah, looking at the results,
unofficial right now.
Outperformed on every metric except for endgame. Of course, they tied, but
again, more rings, more auto, more teleop.
I think that just comes down to the willingness to go for the long shot.
Okay, so they're just going to confirm those scores on Franklin, and in the meantime, we're going to go over to the Edison field, where we have the, I believe this is final number 3 on the Edison division. We have Javon and Anthony in blue, Cosder and Andrew in red. Whoever wins this match goes on to face that Franklin number 2 alliance that we just saw advance to the Einstein finals. So we'll see who our Einstein finalists are going to be by the end of this match. Let's tune in.
Alrighty, we are going to get things underway. And robots are, I love watching Red Alliance get those wobble goals in. They're so quick and clean with it. It's just bouncing around the field. Looks like they are having a little bit of trouble getting that second wobble goal in. They're going to hit those pegs before they worry about anything else there. Getting those last rings up off the ground. They need all the points they can get. They need a perfect auto score, and it looks like they might get it. I'm not sure what the perfect auto score is, but 169 is certainly one of the higher scores that we've seen by far. Definitely. 169 and 130. Red coming out of this with an early lead. We'll see if they're able to hold it, getting further and further into the match. Anthony being allowed to just put up points there. Codster getting heavy defense played on him by Javon. Still gets off 2 rings. It's just a lucky angle that they were at. Anthony putting up a whole cycle unimpeded there. Anthony's kind of being left to do his own thing, which is going to be really dangerous for the Red Alliance. They're not able to do that much right now. And Anthony's put up 3 or 4 cycles basically just whenever he wants. And there goes another one from him. That's how he's put up 164 points so far, outscoring both Andrew and Codster and outscoring their alliance together with Javon. 223, 238. This match is 50 seconds left, and it is anybody's game. We rarely see that Anthony having to dump his hopper. He's still got one kind of stuck in there. Javon and Codster stuck together. Javon looks like he has his arm on Codster's hood there a little bit. Javon finally resets themselves. Kind of over near Anthony, cramps that space up a little bit. Red taking the lead. Anthony with a bad hopper, going to have to dump that a little bit. Got one stuck and going for the pegs. Misses, actually. Anthony not with the best of luck, and you can see that in the score here. 310, 238. Now that Red's finally allowed to do their thing, their score is skyrocketing. 322, 253. It's not too early to call this. They do have the pegs and a few rings to put up, but Red has decided to play full defense, and it's going to work for them. Red Alliance taking this 322-253. Do we think we have any fouls there to assess, Cobby?
Not that jump out to me. If someone comes to the question box, I'll talk to them, but I think the score is going to stand.
The score is going to stand as far as we're concerned. There's nobody in the question box. Final score, 322-253. Our Red Alliance is going to be moving on to the Einstein field. To our Red Alliance that is going to be hosted on Franklin 1 is going to be the field for Einstein playoffs. And a huge thank you to our Blue Alliance. You guys played wonderfully, evolved the meta so much during the course of playoffs. Thank you, and we will... Oh, we do have someone in the question box. Codster has made his way in there.
Okay, hello everyone and welcome to First Updates Now. You're tuning in to the second Tech Challenge Ultimate Goal Tournament. This is the very first of its kind. Ultimate Goal just kicked off last Saturday, and the following Saturday we're already playing a digital simulated tournament. Huge props to Gluten Greg, the entire team at Gluten Free, for putting this amazing program together. You can download it for free. xRcsimulator.org, of course, is the free download link. We have just been playing for the last few hours, since noontime actually, so 5 hours and 40 minutes. We had two divisions, the Franklin division and the Edison division. We have our winners of each division, and now, the Einstein Finals, the Festival of Champions, as some people have been calling it. Franklin against Edison. We're about to see the Franklin winners play in red bumpers and the Edison winners play in blue bumpers. In just a few moments, we're just having the referees clarify some things with our players to make sure that there's absolutely no confusion once we start the matches, and they should be starting in just a couple minutes. Thank you for sticking with us, and we hope that you're excited to see the finals start in just a moment. Hello everyone and welcome to the Einstein Finals. We're just about ready to begin the Einstein Finals. We're going to give an introduction to both alliances. In red, we have our Franklin Division winners, and I believe that Brennan and Max are going to hype up the Red Alliance.
So we are full-on Franklin supporters. One of the you know, they've been dominant throughout Franklin eliminations. Actually, I believe they went 4-0 completely sweeping every single team that they've played up against. Not really having that many close matches, winning in just absolutely dominant fashion in all of their matches, especially in their semifinals. They also took down a really strong 4 seed who was able to set the number 1 seed in our division, who had a really strong autonomous game and defensive plan. But the Greg and C combo just absolutely flowing in and out, taking long shots when there was opportunities, and shooting close when there was opportunities for that too. Max, what are your thoughts on some of the strengths of this alliance as well?
Yeah, these guys, they started out, their first match was pretty close, but then they really started to dial in their strategy. They've had Greg play really good defense. They've been shutting down every alliance they've come into contact to, and then C has gotten really good at those long shots, really good at finding openings. These guys have just been playing super solidly through the entirety of Franklin.
Definitely. So who do we have on the other side of the field, Cobby? Tell us about our Edison champions.
Well, the winners of the Edison division on the Blue Alliance, Andrew and Codster, were both the highest scoring, top 2 highest scoring and highest ranking robots on Edison Field. They dominated quals and were way ahead of everybody else. It was just a 2-man fight back and forth for who would end up in number 1 seed. But at the end, it didn't matter who number 1 seed was because they picked each other and won the division by beating the 4 seed, who played some pretty hard defense, and the 3 seed and the 2 seed, who also played some hard defense. So they played well against defense. They had a good counter blocking strategy throughout finals, and we'll see how that goes in Einstein.
Yeah, definitely going to be exciting to see the matchup of these two divisions facing off against each other. These 4 players haven't played against each other, so it's going to be interesting to see how the combination of these players match up into each other.
Okay, all 4 robots on the field are ready, so we're going to be starting finals match number 1. Good luck to both alliances, and let's get this started.
Here we go. We are going to see the middle wobble goal. Codster taking a little bit of time. One of the really strong points of the Red Alliance is they are so exact with these wobble goals. You can see just effortlessly picking up these wobble goals and placing them. One of the other big... Go ahead.
Sorry, you see Blue getting those wobble goals a little bit faster. C is having a bit of struggles with the pickup of that second one. Don't know if he'll score it, so... Looks like Blue will be coming out ahead in this.
Missed shot from Greg, and it's actually going to be Blue. Yep, as you mentioned. I think there's some issues with the... Oh, another missed shot.
More rare misses from C. That's not what you want to see in Einstein Finals. Andrew's dialed in. 2 more missed from C. This is we have not seen this through Franklin. He's just been super consistent through that. Now he's got it dialed in, it looks like. Andrew taking more cycles, and looks like they're really pacing each other well and matching each other.
Ooh.
Pretty much shot
Miss
for
from
shot.
Miss from Greg, and a miss from Andrew. But you can see one of the big strengths of the Franklin division is their defensive prowess, and really Greg has had basically no impact on the scoring of Andrew. Codster keeping him out basically the entire time. Now he's going to find an angle, and you see Andrew immediately switching to the long shot, going to nail 3 of those, while C is going to try and get some shots up into the higher goal. Codster also getting some
good shots from Codster at that angle. That was really tough to get like that.
Oh, that might have been a foul onto C there, shooting too close, trying to push it a little bit too much.
That would really hurt them. Now Andrew's undefended.
You can see Blue Alliance just absolutely running away with this.
Yeah, they're both of their robots are outpacing both the other robots, but now it looks like Greg is playing a little bit more defense there, which I like to see. Speaking of C, he needs to start going for those pegs there, because blue has been getting their pegs and red just has not had the opportunity to. I don't know if they'll have enough time.
We
A
see
few
Greg doing
seconds
the long
left.
shot that we've seen him do so
really
well,
good long shots
nailing
there,
those two.
but yeah, blue just ran away with that in the early game, and they're gonna end up taking game 1.
Yeah, key takeaway there, I think that Greg basically had no impact on the match compared to what he is normally used to. Codster really putting the pressure on him, and there's a foul there, 30 points in penalty points. So that was a major foul for shooting too close, and that was on C. Unfortunately for them, making the gap even bigger.
Yeah, but you can see the teleups were quite close, within 1 shot of each other, but the autos, red just did not have a good auto, and blue just had a great auto and then ran with it from there.
Yeah, I think there was some issues there with C on the second wobble pickup. Normally he's very smooth at that.
No, he spent a long time going for that one.
Exactly. He was not able to really get it in the end, and that caused him to not be able to shoot. So I would expect in the next match he's going to pull things together a little bit more. But I do think Red Alliance has some adjustments to do. I think Codster did a very good job of blocking out Greg, preventing him from really affecting Andrew, and Andrew was able to outcycle C by what would have been 9 points. Because of the foul that C unfortunately got. But
yeah, no, I mean, I don't want to say blue is comfortable yet, but they're looking good after this first win. And
chat also reminding us too, C did miss like 2 cycles in the beginning.
He did right in the beginning. He missed multiple cycles back to back.
So a little bit cleaner of a match, and you could definitely see Red Alliance kind of taking this to 3. But
yeah, I wouldn't count out red at this point, but yeah.
Okay, definitely a very interesting match there. Blue Alliance taking that win. Red Alliance needs to take Final 2 in order to stay alive and bring it to a 3rd match. Both alliances confirming to me that they are ready, so we'll cut over to the field and get ready for final match number 2 in just a moment.
The key things actually looking ahead into this match as well is one of the big things that Franklin was really good at, the division, was getting those bounce backs that C and Greg are so good at, where they go for the peg shot and then the ring comes back onto the field and then they're able to score it. I don't know if I saw that same conviction from the Blue Alliance with Autonomous, where they were trying to go for the bounce back shots. That is also another avenue for potentially Red to get back into these matches here.
Okay, I think we're ready to get Einstein Final 2 underway. So let's start the countdown.
Let's get it going. Einstein Final 2. We have mid wobbles here. That's a really interesting scenario here, but blue looking really clean on those wobble placements.
Bounce back going into Codster's side, and he's maybe going to be able to steal that. He does.
Clean wobbles from C, but a bit slower than the Blue Alliance. Greg getting some more pickups, looking to shoot those before Autonomous ends. Getting a couple more shots off from Blue, and they are tied. 145 apiece after auto. Oh, C scores one in the mid goal for Blue. And wait, does that count a penalty against him? What?
That was a penalty. That was the shot coming off of his body, bouncing into the blue. It was the
oh my god! Tragedy striking for red just out of auto. Gets an unlucky bounce, and that's a 34-point swing right out of the gate. Not at all what you want to see.
More missed shots from C is
More
not.
missed shots. Just not getting that consistency we've been seeing from him. And again, 2 of them bounce out. Red up by or blue up by 44. They're looking comfortable. They've got room. C missing more shots. And Andrew's
on
just
the other
left
side,
alone. Not even
absolutely
touching him.
slaughtering. The counter
C-
from Kotzer, you
C
gotta say, is
actually getting shots in here.
absolutely amazing.
Oh yeah,
Greg just
he's been
not
playing
able
that
to
super
affect
well.
this at all.
C getting a bit faster in his cycles, but he just keeps missing
Kotzer
those.
did
Oh,
reset
Kotzer
there.
the reset. Yep.
Andrew getting caught out a little bit now.
Red might
I'd like to see
Red pulling
Greg
him
sticking with
back into
Andrew
this
more.
a little bit. Now they're just rushing C at the moment. Andrew might be alone to get his shots off.
Missed shots from Kotzer. He didn't
Kotzer.
set his.
And Red is right
angle.
back in this match. Shockingly, they are back in this.
Pegs.
The blue is hitting pegs.
Oh, Red's
C is
gonna
hitting
greed
shots.
though. Red needs to get these pegs. C's getting one.
1, 2.
Oh.
Misses.
6 seconds. Andrew's got a full cycle. A missed shot from there. Andrew's completely open.
Oh
but
my
it's
god.
already over. Not enough of a comeback here,
Red
tentatively.
had rings. Red had a power shot open.
Kobe and I reviewed the 30-point penalty. It was not a shot by C. It was just one of the rings coming out, bouncing off of his body. Therefore, it should have not count as an illegal shot since he wasn't shooting it. Therefore, we want to add back in the 30 points to Red.
Oh,
Wow. So that means we're going to take it to 3. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to take it to a third match. Red coming back, getting a big win, 341-316. It's really critical for Red. That was...
And if you add those 30 points back to C, you see that C just outscored Andrew by a large margin.
Yeah, C just got a lot more room this match and just managed to get his cycles off better. Still left one of those power shot targets open, which I mean, that would have been 15 points if they would have hit that, but the defense at the end from Blue was quite good.
Yeah, definitely. And you saw Andrew jamming at the end of that match as well.
Yeah.
Where he was open and he was basically sitting there for 10 seconds but couldn't get the shots off because of the jam.
Yeah, that was really rough. He would have had above 200 contribution probably. If he would have let those come out. But jams happen. They're terrible. We all wish they didn't, but they happen to the best of us.
So we go down to the wire once again. This is actually the first match was the first loss for the Franklin Division Alliance. They had previously clean swept everything, and I got faith in them. I'm saying that they're going to go all the way and take the win in the end.
Yeah, that second match looks strong. They really found their composure. We're gonna have to see what the Blue Alliance is gonna do to react to that. So they really need to refocus their strategy on stopping C from shooting. He's getting in the groove that he had in Franklin.
I think that Kotzer had a few moments where he let Greg get into positions where he could affect Andrew from cycling, and Andrew had to take a few long shots while C was basically undefended, so in that case it's good for him. And even some shots that he caused Andrew to miss, so I think it's got to come down to better counter from Kotzer, or maybe Kotzer putting in a couple more shots in when he finds the free time, but definitely very close.
Okay, so we're back, and just clarification that this score is final, 341 to 316 in favor of the Red Alliance, so we're going to be going to a third Einstein final match. The ring was launched by the shooter, but it was not intentional, and it was a scoring glitch because that should not have issued a penalty if the ring had fallen in that way in which it was not intentionally scored by the player. So Red will win this match. Blue won the first match, which means whoever wins this Einstein Final 3 will take home the entire championship. What are your thoughts going into this next match?
I'm just excited for this. I want to see what Blue can pull out here because they've really got to adapt. Because Red had really good adaptation from the first match to the second. They got it dialed in. So now I just want to see how these two teams adapt to each other for this last match and what they change in their strategies.
Yeah, I think that Greg was able to get... I think that the key was Greg was able to get a little bit more into the defensive area where it would affect Andrew, and Codster had a weaker counter D game. So I think the balance is going to fall in that, the attack between Greg and the defense between Codster and how that matches up.
Yeah.
Right, so we are going to be getting ready in just a second, once all the teams are ready.
Okay, so we're starting Einstein Final number 3 in just a matter of seconds. Here we have on the Red Alliance again is C and Greg. On the Blue Alliance, Andrew and Codster. The winner takes everything. Let's get started.
All right, here
We got
we go.
close wobbles. Codster going for a really quick push.
The bounce back from Greg to 1-2, going for the third. And he gets the third, so he's going to have
I don't know
all
if that
three
knocked
bounce
down the
backs.
peg though.
Oh, true. He might have to go for that one more time.
Unless Blue Alliance hits it.
Oh, it's still a miss.
Oh, he missed.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Well, he got one out of that.
Oh, a big comeback. And a tie again.
Tie again in auto.
Evenly
Wow.
matched.
That's crazy to see because usually there's a big advantage to whoever wins auto, but in this case, I mean, nobody won auto, obviously. Oh, C missing more shots.
We see double
It's like-
offense here from Blue. Look at this changeup.
Yeah.
Now going to the defensive strategy. Greg getting pushed into a shooting position. He's going to get a few off.
God, C shooting is reminding me of game 1, and it's like, please don't let it be like that. That was so bad.
Greg hounding Andrew, really disrupting his
Well,
cycle.
C just left alone to shoot.
And it's
really
tied.
good play from Greg.
And Greg getting a few off.
It's only getting 2s,
Really close.
but
Oh, C
really
the
good
three.
cycle.
And Codster. Oh, the one
Only
block.
One shot goes in, but hey, one shot in is better than no shots in.
Oh,
Andrew, full
okay.
cycle.
C just flying across the field a little bit there. It is so close. But Red tentatively in the lead.
Yep.
Greg looking to try and get an angle onto Andrew and Codster. Andrew's going to be able to get some shots off, but two of them miss.
Only one shot hits. Greg might be able to pick up a few of those that missed. C
And
going
for pegs.
Pegs.
If he can, oh, he missed 2 of them though. That gives Blue
I
Alliance a
think
chance to
he
connect with this
got
game.
2. I think he missed 1.
Oh, I think you're right. I think you're right. It's still so close. Look at this.
The middle
There
one,
we go.
and there's the 3. Now he has
Trying
2
to-
more to shoot.
Trying to bury the
gonna
dagger.
probably
Greg
go
just
for another
absolutely
cycle.
slaughtering here. Oh, is it going to be enough? Nah, C's got that last cycle.
Yes, he's just
Oh,
got
Andrew
more in
flips.
him. Andrew flips. He could have gotten more if he wouldn't have flipped, but yeah. Oh my god, look at those contributions.
Yeah, the contribution
Complete opposite
from C.
strategies here. The 146 tie on blue, and C just carrying that red alliance. But unless there's a call here, looks like that might be it.
Yeah, look at the breakdowns. You see tied auto, tied endgame, but it was just a 20-point gap in terms of teleop score from the Red Alliance making the difference. And
just leaving C alone, Greg getting good defense when he can. I mean, Andrew and Codster definitely got some points in. They definitely got some cycles, but Greg did just enough. C did a lot, but they just did just enough to edge him out in teleop, and then, yeah, that was it.
Wow. Absolutely insane. Very closely matched alliances, you gotta say. It was neck and neck. And, blue started to run away with it, but red came back halfway through the match and just closed out fairly strong. 20-point win.
So, yeah.
It looks like that, if we can confirm that score is final. Okay, so last second, we do have a review. Due to a potential pin not counting as a pin, which
or a physics glitch preventing a player from scoring towards the end. We just need to confirm where referees are reviewing right now.
Yep. So we'll get that locked in very shortly, and we will have a winner. Or maybe it'll be a tie, and then Tyler's prediction will be wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, so reviewing the video, it was the ring that brought his body up and then caused it to bounce and then get affected again. That's normal behavior in this game, since the rings are like steel. It wasn't a glitch, so no penalty.
Okay. No change to the score, so now we can finally say congratulations to the Franklin Alliance winners, who are also your Einstein winners, C4678 and Greg WC. Job well done. Thank you to our Edison winners as well. You guys were amazing. Andrew 2137 and Codster 5846. You guys put up an amazing fight, took it to 3, and it was a valiant effort from your end. So thank you guys for tuning in, and I don't know if you have anything else to say or add to Nick or anybody else, but really awesome day for sure.
Yeah, well, big congratulations to both alliances here and everyone else that competed. Thank you to everyone that competed. Thank you to everyone that helped out with the event, and of course to our viewers as well.
And if you enjoy this kind of competition, there is 4 bot competitions, ladders, where you can try to compete for world records and you're standing in the world. Feel free to join the Discord and further participate in those competitions.
Yeah, you can see the Discord link is on the stream screen right now, so you can type that in and you can connect with all of the events that we have here at xRC Sim. We have events happening all the time for not just FTC, but FRC and sometimes VRC as well. So check out all those if you're interested in any of those programs. And of course, you can always download the simulator and try it out for yourself, play with your friends, and have a good time.
Yeah, and before we go offline, again, thank you to everyone. I'm going to read off some alerts from First Updates Now stream for the last few hours. Thank you to the 15 months subscription from Anthony with Prime, to Lino C, 29-month subscription with Prime. To Super MC Matrix, 4-month subscription with Prime. Dar, 22 months at Tier 1. Easy as Pie, 8 months with Prime. GK Boss 2003, 3 months with Prime.
Actually, that's an interesting thing. It was a Canada versus USA final, so I didn't even realize that. Both Greg and C are Canadian. Greg from Ontario and, or not Greg from Ontario. C from Ontario, Greg from Alberta, I think, or BC, one of the two. I apologize,
Columbia.
Greg. I don't even know.
He's from
BC.
British Columbia.
Okay, there you go. And then Andrew from Michigan, Codster from New England somewhere.
Yeah, I think Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess we've proved that Canada's better. Says the person who doesn't live in Canada.
Apparently. This time, Canada wins. USA, I'm sure they'll be back with a vengeance for future
Sure
competitions.
will.
Well, again, congratulations, everyone. Thanks for watching. Be sure to download XRC Simulator if you haven't already, xrcsimulator.org. See you next time.
See you guys.
See ya.